the September 16th meeting of the Planning Commission. And if we could have a call to a roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Berg.
Here.
Commissioner Boswell.
Here.
Commissioner Godek.
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Hensley.
Here.
Commissioner Gaddis.
Here.
Commissioner Un.
Here.
And Vice Chair Topero.
Here. Okay, we will now do the salute to the flag. Everyone can please raise and join me in the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so next item is item D, which is approve the order of the agenda. And I would like to recommend for Commissioner, one of you, to pull item J4 and and we can have it in October. So I cannot make the motion, but I'm recommending that one of you makes that motion, and staff has suggested that we do this because we do have a very big agenda and this item can wait a month. So could someone?
I motion that J4 be moved to next meeting.
Moved by Commissioner Gaddis, and a second from?
Commissioner On.
From Commissioner On. All right, any opposed? Okay, all in favor? I have to go to roll call. Commissioner Berg?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
And Commissioner On?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So the motion passes, and item J4 will now be in October. Okay, so now we need to have a motion to accept the blue folder items that Lena just sent us today. That was just the one email, right? Because sometimes there's multiple emails, but I think you consolidated everything very nicely in the one email.
Yes, it was just the one email with all the blue folder items.
Motion to receive and file the blue folder item.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hensley with a second from?
A second.
Commissioner Godek. Okay, here we go again. For those in favor, Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, very good. So now we move to the consent calendar. Sander? Yes, thank you. You were not muted. Thank you. Okay, business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. The commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remain on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. The chair will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the 3 items, or Commissioner Hensley? I think you had originally pulled some of the earlier meeting notes.
Yeah, can I pull item F2 and F3?
Okay, F2 and F3. So then can we have a motion to approve item F1?
Motion to approve item F1.
Second.
Second from who?
Rob
From
Gaddis.
Okay, I have to call everybody by name, right?
Yes.
So tedious there. Commissioner Berg?
Yes.
Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Ung?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, so item F1 is approved, and now we will take up items F2 and F3 in the excluded consent calendar. So for Commissioner Hensley?
Sure. Item F2 was the minutes from the June meeting and the July meeting.
Yep.
Looks like the June meeting, I just want to confirm with staff, there was some edit that I made and then it was confirmed, and that was included in the June minutes. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And then there was an additional correction made, I think referencing Commissioner Berg, I want to say, making an actual motion. I'm sorry, it was your motion to incorporate Commissioner Berg's amendment. That was made, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, that looked good. And then the July one, this packet was so big, I didn't get a chance to look at it. So if the other commissioners are okay, I'd like to continue the July minutes, unless there's any other edits other people have. Any other changes to the minutes before I make a motion?
Okay. Is anyone just not okay with that? I guess for staff, the fact that these are so delinquent, I guess that's okay, right? I mean that.
No, it's fine.
Okay, because it's the first commission that I've been on 7 commissions, and this is the only one where they seem to keep rolling.
We're still on a faster schedule than city council minutes.
Okay, all right, so we're
Council
good.
minutes, so.
Okay, so in that case, so you're talking about F2, right?
Yeah, so then I'll make the motion then to approve the June planning commission meetings and continue the July minutes to the next month's planning commission meeting.
Excellent. So do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Gaddis. So here we go. I'm assuming you'll propose. So Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, so we're good. All right, and the other one you wanted to pull was the F1.
F3 was the referrals one.
Yeah, F1. Yeah.
I didn't have a question particularly on anything on the matrix. It looked, it's everything we have. But I did have a question on one of our earlier topics that's no longer on the matrix, maybe for Director Forbes. The outdoor living space in the residential zones. We finished that earlier this year and it's supposed to go to council. Wanted to check on the status of that item.
Yeah, and with that, I wanted to, we needed to get through the land use planning, and we had an appeal hearing before council. So that still needs to go back to, it needs to go to city council. One option might be the item that we'll discuss next month, where it's going to, where the planning commission will have some recommendations on the, for the J4 item that was carried to next month, that maybe making, that could be something that you add the motion to include that with the packet so that it, there's the segue into getting that onto the council agenda.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you for that update. I appreciate it. That's it. I just had a question on that. So if there's no other comments or questions, then I'll make a motion to approve item F3.
Okay, very good. Need a second on that?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Gaddis. Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So the motion passes. So that takes care of the consent and the excluded consent calendar. So now we move on to public participation on non-agenda items, section H. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section.
And then, so you do have a written letter that was provided to you as, and then we do have one speaker tonight for non-agenda items. So that'll be, it'll be Holly Osborne. Holly, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, let me start my timer. Okay. Planning Commission and staff. My name is Dr. Holly Osborne. I'm a retired engineer. Tonight in the non-agenda section, I want to talk about some background items which will be helpful when I later talk about the housing element. This speech is heavily footnoted. Those of you who know me know that I am obsessive about accuracy. I will send this speech out to you as soon as I am done speaking. Please just listen. There are 3 items I wish to discuss. 1, heat, the leading cause of death due to climate-related activities. An obscure last-minute amendment to SB 9, which is really not a change, but which helped SB 9 pass. And 3, I call Senate lies and videotape. So here we go. Item 1, heat. In a recent article in the LA Times, they described heat as, quote, killing more people in an average year than any other weather hazard. Spoken before about how shade trees, or the lack thereof, can cause as much as a 5 to 20 degree difference in a city. We have people working hard to plant more trees to make the city cooler and more walkable. The city and the Planning Commission should make sure that as we pursue this goal in one part of the city, we do not allow the concretization of other parts of the city, making it hotter and less walkable. Trees and grass should not be a zero-sum game. This heat problem is only getting worse. Another article from the Times mentioned that August, September, and October of 2020 were the hottest ever. It's probably still hotter for 21. It is even more imperative that we not allow random pavement of current green space. And there's one very illuminating quote that I have. In Portland, zoning rules allowed multifamily apartment buildings to cover the entire lot and be built without any green space. A practice that the city only recently changed. See, people, can we put the green space requirements in? Can we not repeat mistakes? I want to interject here. Well, you actually already mentioned it. The planning commissioners have been saying for over 2 years that they're going to be dealing with this issue of open space and multifamily housing. And I don't think the chairman of the commission can deal with this tonight. Okay, so what can we do about this? This brings me to item 2, is a recent change in SB 9. There was talk about adding an amendment to SB 9 to exclude high fire areas because people did not want to densify in high-risk zones. When I called Sacramento, I was told that an amendment was not necessary because there was already a paragraph in the overriding code that allowed a city to deny building for any reason. So in a sense, there already was a fire exclusion provision. Subsequently, for political reasons, they did put that piece of code in. It says nothing about fires, but here's what it does say. A local agency may deny a proposed housing development project if the building official makes a written finding that the proposed housing development would have an adverse impact upon public health and safety. I'll be sending that to you. So it, oh my God.
And that's 3 minutes.
Can I just, I continue.
Can we have someone make a motion to give?
Motion to extend.
10 more seconds.
And a second.
In a second.
However, having that piece of code in this, in the SB 9 allows us to invoke it for health and safety reasons and plan for our green space. Now I'm over. The rest of the speeches will continue later.
What about the 3rd item, Holly?
And that's on the agenda items. That's how I do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay. And that was everyone signed up to speak on non-agenda items, and then we don't have any e-comments on non-agenda items.
Okay, and then the written comment was the Mark Henson letter.
Actually, it was Delia Vecchi.
Delia Vecchi, yes.
Yeah, included in the Mark Henson, I think, was included with the packet.
Okay, very good. We have a hands up from Commissioner Berg.
Yes, I actually just wanted to take a moment and thank the city and the good people at Beach Life for pulling off an amazing festival. This past weekend, there was a fantastic police presence and fire.
We do this at the end at the referrals to staff.
Oh, okay. Well, they did a great job. So thank you.
Okay. Well, you can say it again, but in that section. Okay.
Do we need to make a motion to receive and file
Yes.
the public written comments
yes.
on non-agenda items? I just made it. I just made
I
it.
was just about to do that. So
Second.
you're making a motion, and the second was from who? I didn't catch that.
Rob Gaddis.
Okay, right, Commissioner Gaddis. Okay, very good. So all in favor, it would be Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So that takes care. Then we move on to item I, which is the ex parte communication. So I will go through the list backwards here. Commissioner Ung, any ex parte?
None.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yeah, just item J1 and item J3. I spoke with staff.
okay. Commissioner Godek,
No.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes, on J3, I spoke with Doug Boswell. I spoke with City Councilman Todd Lowenstein, and I spoke with Mayor Bill Brandt.
okay. Commissioner Boswell,
Yes, on item J3, I spoke with Mayor Bill Brand and with Commissioner Rob Gaddis.
okay, and Commissioner Berg.
Yes, I spoke with the appellant of J1 and J2 and visited both sites.
Okay, very good. And none for me. Okay, very good. So that takes care of the ex parte communication. And now we move into the meat of the meeting, which is section J. And so we have item J1, which is a public hearing for consideration of exempt declaration and planning commission design review to allow a structural alteration in addition to an existing legal non-conforming property located within a low-density multiple family residential R3 zone with the applicant Gabriel Flores and the address 2303 Rockefeller.
So we'll need a motion to open the public hearing.
Yeah, so I'm just, my screen went, I've got my iPad with the thing and then I've got my oath on the phone. So I've got everything and you guys on the computer. So I just was one, so I'd like a motion to open.
Motion to
hearing.
open public hearing.
Okay, Commissioner Gaddis. And a
Second, Commissioner Ung.
Commissioner Ung. All in, I can't say all in favor. All right, okay, so Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Mr. Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So, I'm trying to find the oath here. Okay, so I'd like to administer the oaths. Are we going to be doing the oath for each item separately, I think? Yeah.
Yes.
So for item J1, whoever is going to be speaking to that item, you'll need to take this oath. I don't know if we can't see you. Who do we have, Lena?
Yeah, my name is John Olson. I'm the homeowner.
Okay.
So, and Gabriel is the architect. So I don't know if he wants to add as well, but if you want me to take the oath and I have a brief presentation, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Well, if Gabriel's planning to speak, then he'll need to take the oath as well. So do you each swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And Gabriel, will you be speaking?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So that takes care of that. So we will now take testimony from staff, the applicant, and those interested parties.
Okay. And I will share my screen for part of this. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation. So if it doesn't work, just please chime in and then I'll know that you can't see it. But anyway, I know you have a very packed agenda. Again, I'm John Olson. I'm the owner of 2303 Rockefeller Unit A. I'm grateful for your time. I know you're going to be busy tonight, so I will try to keep this brief. Let's see, let me just share my screen real quick. Everyone see that okay?
Yes, very good.
Great. So I own...
So do we have a staff report for this?
Yeah, typically we would want to have the staff report first.
So Antonio, you're doing the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. So do we want to do it properly and do the staff report first?
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, let's, if Mr. Olson wouldn't mind just holding on, we'd like to have,
Sure. Yeah,
yeah.
not a problem.
I thought maybe you guys had decided on some new thing here.
So I'm going to share my screen here real quick and go through the presentation. And there might be some items that are going to be, might be a little bit repetitive here, but I'll just hopefully cover most of it, and the owner and applicant can cover anything that I don't miss, that I don't cover. So the request is for consideration of the alteration to the existing non-conforming property, and the applicant would like to close in a patio and make it a study. The property is both a non-conforming use and a non-conforming structure. At the time that it was built, the zoning allowed up to 6 units on the site, and now only 3 would be allowed. So this is a non-conforming use. In terms of how this is a non-conforming structure, it doesn't meet today's parking or open space standards. Specifically, the property has 8 parking spaces where 9 are required, and a minimum of 350 square feet of open space is required per dwelling unit. There are some allowances for additions under both the non-conforming use and non-conforming structure sections of the code. And as this is a non-conforming use, the design review, Planning Commission design review is the avenue to have the Planning Commission consider the small addition to the building. There we go. So the property is located on the north side of Rockefeller, east of Slauson Lane, across the street from Perry Park. The size is about 7,500 square feet in size and zoned as R3. Again, it's developed with 4 units, and the subject site in question is the front unit. It's about 16,078 square feet in size, and there's 2 buildings there, which are like sister buildings to one another. The plans on file are slightly different than what was constructed, but in plan view, they're generally the same. Now, the 2 neighboring buildings were constructed back in 1975, so that there's been a number of code iterations or code revisions since then. So this is the original site plan and the as-built site plan. As you can notice, the driveway was intended to be along the center of the 2 buildings, but the way that it was built, it placed the driveway on the outside, walkway in between. So now these 2 buildings face one another. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is the walkway in between, whereas before it was a driveway with the entrances facing the outer side. This shows kind of the site plan and how they flipped the site plan and kind of the area in question, which is patio area. The floor plan shows that the original patio was supposed to be much larger in scale than what was ultimately built. The patio now is about 80 square feet in size, whereas originally it was somewhere between 160 and 170 square feet in total, as it was supposed to kind of notch in from the edge of the building here. So this is kind of the view of the patio as it is today. And this is the picture on the right shows the pathway and going towards the front. This is the again, the space of how it's notched into the side of the building. So the standard planning commission review criteria takes into consideration a project's design and the user's needs. Now, in this case, however, there are specific criteria to non-conforming uses where the planning commission has made some findings in terms of, whether there's an impact to surrounding properties, whether this would cause a parking deficiency, whether this is consistent with the general plan. And all of those items can be made in the affirmative. Most of those items can be made in the affirmative. But there is a question in terms of the development standards, because in the specific language, it talks about density, building height, floor area ratio, and the setback requirements. But before it talks about that, it says including but not limited to. So this also opens the door for review of the open space. And as I noted in the beginning, the open space requirement per dwelling unit is 350 square feet. And I know you've talked a lot about open space in the past and bonuses and those types of things. So it's up to the commission to make a decision. You have the discretion to decide whether this addition or this enclosure patio would exacerbate the existing nonconformity. So with that, we do have a recommendation. We have a recommendation to adopt the resolution and adopt the exemption declaration, but either you can decide to approve the Planning Commission design review to allow this minor addition or deny it because you find that it's exacerbating the nonconformity. So we've put both options forward and for the Planning Commission's consideration. Now I know that the applicant is anxious to also address the commission and kind of plead their case. So with that, hopefully this kind of covers just a broad overview, and the applicant and the owner can actually talk about more specifics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I just have a question for staff. So that 5-sided hole that we saw is considered open space?
Yes, that the original design. Mind-boggling. Yeah. So the original design called out for that patio as the open space for this unit. The other units, their open space, they have reverse floor plans. So they have the bedrooms on the ground floor, and then they have the living rooms and kitchens on the second floor, and have patios off of those living areas on the second floor. Those are the units B, C, and then D in the back. They're BC are kind of mirrored. Those are similar in design, and C is a little bit differently, but all three of those do have the living area on the second floor versus the ground floor, which was the intention for this unit.
Okay, well, I think you can see that this is a perfect example of why it's so important for us as a commission to really work the open space, code in our city, because I don't know, I feel that the architect should be drawn and quartered for having made that kind of an open space. But anyway, Commissioner you have your hand raised. You're on mute. Commissioner you're on mute.
Thanks for the reminder. Antonia, I just had a couple of questions because you showed a nice photo, and it looks like there's walls on 3 of the 4 sides. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to, at least from the floor plans, the south wall and the west wall are part of the current dwelling unit. Where does the north wall? Is that a common wall? Is that the wall that goes to unit B, or is that part of unit A?
I can go back to the floor plan and we can take a look at that. And hang on just a minute. Let me share the screen again.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I think I know the answer, but
Sure.
that kind of draws other questions.
Right. So the patio here was originally designed. It's behind. There's a bathroom behind it, and then there's a unit, the neighboring unit back here. That's the same here. There's a. So you're talking about the three walls. The south and west walls belong to them, and the third north wall is shared with the neighboring property. So that goes to the neighbors. That's a bedroom for the neighbors.
Okay, so the second floor of that wall is shared between A and B, but the wall where the patio is, it's only unit B because it's kind of open. There's really nothing.
Well, this
Right.
Yeah. You're talking about this wall here?
No, I'm talking about the north wall.
The north wall, yes.
Yeah. So it only the wall starts at at the second story. Because there's no, well, I guess it goes all the way down, but there's
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So okay.
It's usually a fire rated wall in between the units.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. It would, or even though the other side is a patio, it would already be fire rated.
That's correct.
Was there any indication whether, because I'm going to assume that everything is stuccoed right now, so for it to be a study, they're going to do something such that it's got an interior and nice, drywall or whatever. So that's going to require some alteration of that, of the unit B's south wall, unit A's north wall.
Yes, if I may speak, that wall is proposed to be designed to be STC sound rated and 1 hour fire rated as well.
Right.
So we're proposing both sound mitigation and fire rate rating.
Okay. And Antonio, in the application, was there any sort of indication that the owner of Unit B was in favor of this?
Typically, one of the requirements that we have is that there be a homeowners association letter that says they don't object to this change. So it is vetted through their HOA.
Okay, but it wasn't part of the package, or was it? I just guess I didn't see it.
I'd have to go back and look. John, could you chime in on that?
Yeah. Actually, it was a part of the. Let me share my screen here. Sorry, I'm multitasking a little bit. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
This is a homeowner statement. Our board actually voted on it. All 4 of our units are voting members, and Linda Helton is the unit adjacent to mine. I know, Wayne, you asked about the north wall. Both our upstairs and downstairs border unit B. So we already share bedrooms, kitchen, and I think where the patio conversion project would be borders her bathroom downstairs. But this is the letter that I think was submitted also, Antonio, with the original packet.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was looking for. Maybe I just missed it, but you addressed my concern. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Berg?
So can you, it looks like a pretty substantial front yard. Could you walk us through the size of that yard, and does that, having that big yard fit the outdoor space requirements?
So one of the things in our code is that we don't allow the front yard to be used as the outdoor usable open space. It's typically not private, and so it doesn't really serve that purpose of being private outdoor usable open space where someone has exclusive control over it. So this front setback is not allowed to be used anything that would be in excess of the required front yard could be included in the outdoor usable open space, but the required setback is not. The required setback for the R3 zone is 18 feet, and I believe this is somewhere around 19 feet from the front setback, if I remember correctly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, good, Chair. So what would be the calculation of the outdoor living space of Unit A? I saw they had a patio on the front and this little patio thing that they're looking to enclose. What would the calculation be today?
Yeah, so the typically when the area is next to a common space like a bedroom, like a living room, kitchen, dining room, that type of thing, we count it twice. So but it does have to be a minimum size, and typically it's got to be at least 10 by 15, so 150 square foot minimum, so that you could get at least 100 square feet as your outdoor usable open space, part of that. And then the remainder can be on other balconies and roof decks or whatever else. But it wouldn't qualify because this is only 80 square feet in size. So this is penalized and they don't get any credit for it at all.
But doesn't a 5 by 10 space, it doesn't get the bonus, but don't you count it as its current square footage?
Yeah, whatever the size is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just no bonus, right?
No bonus. Not in this case. The other
front, the front patio or the front, they had not a deck, but something.
There's a balcony off the front, which is also, yeah, there's a balcony off the second floor. Again, because that balcony is off of a bedroom, not a common open area, not a common area, you don't get a bonus for that.
Okay, but can they count the square footage if it's 5 by 8 or whatever? Do they get, okay, so they get 40, do we know the size of that?
Yeah, I can go back and look. I think that it's, let me take a look. Don't have the dimensions. I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of like 80 square feet or something. It's not very big. Maybe like 5 by 12 or something like that.
Okay, so today it's roughly 160 square feet, but we can check on that number if we want, but that's what it would be granted.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The plans are different than what was originally submitted. And so these are slightly, they're a little bit different. And I think the deck or that balcony off the second floor is supposed to be like 5 by 15 or.
I checked the dimensions, it's 4 by 16.
4 by 16, thank you. So about 56 square feet or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other questions, then I think we have a presentation by the homeowner, Mr. Olson.
Okay, well, thank you. And going back briefly earlier, Antonio, that was fascinating. I learned more about our property from you in 5 minutes than I have in 4.5 years of living here. So I appreciate all your insight and background. Yeah, I won't reiterate everything that Antonio said. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present. The patio conversion area is actually adjacent to our common walkway here. And consequently, in the 4.5 years I've lived here, never once has myself or any member of our family utilized the existing patio. Until the fence was taken down to install a proper slab, this area is dark. There's no direct sunlight at all. And there's no reason to sit out there. There's nothing to see. It's too small for any reasonable outdoor use. And, as was discussed, we have a generous sized front yard, and that's where we go when we want to get fresh air. Also, because it's so dim in there, in the winter, it gets damp. It stays cold and damp for months because there's no sunlight that comes in to dry it out. As you can see, it sits in between the two buildings, so there's no light in there. And then there's the privacy issue. No one wants to sit on a patio where you're in a fishbowl. You can't have any meaningful conversation out there without someone walking by and hearing exactly what you're saying, because you really are, as you can see, right there on the walkway. And so with no privacy, no direct light, no real, usable space there, it's literally sat empty for 4.5 years. We've never used it, and there would be no reason to do so. And so that brings us to the project. So as Antonio said, we want to convert the 80 square feet into an enclosed study room. I work very long hours of work and just would love to have a place where I can kind of retreat and work quietly, or my boys can study. And so it's in the back section of the property, as we saw on the plans. Again, it's adjacent to the common area. And so the enclosed study would simply replace the open area where there's typically a fence with a stucco wall and a window. And there'd be a single point of entry to it from our living room. In terms of open space, I understand the stipulations. The way you explained it, Antonio, is helpful to know. Just practically speaking for us, because there's no reasonable privacy in the patio, we still get more privacy in the front yard than we ever would in the patio or up on the balcony. Not to mention the fact that we're immediately across the street from Perry Park. So we have, a lot of area that we can access. So rather than install patios throughout our complex, the other units utilize open space by ways of their balconies or upstairs deck. Those are larger areas that the different units have where people can relax, they can have privacy, especially because no other unit has a sitting area that faces into the common area walkway. It just wouldn't make sense. So by converting our unused patio into a study room, we redeem that dead space into something usable. And I would argue there's no negative impact of the complex because nobody has access to our patio anyway. And I would just wrap up with this. On a positive note, rather than looking in and seeing what normally is a fence with a dark space behind it, I just did kind of a quick look of what it might look like. In terms of its appearance and aesthetic, the look and feel would be consistent with what people already see in the complex. The common area stays common. The private areas remain private. And I would argue there's no negative impact on anyone. There's no change to the physical footprint of the complex. It's not viewable from the street, and it doesn't impact the usability of the complex. So that's all. I appreciate Antonio, again, all the thought that put into sharing that. I don't know if you have questions for me or Gabriel, our architect, if you want to add anything, but I would humbly request your consideration and definitely would be truly grateful if we could proceed with the city's blessing.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Photos always help a lot. So I think we have a good idea of the project. So if the commission, I think maybe we can, at this point, close the public hearing. So I might need a motion for that.
Motion to close public hearing.
Okay, by Commissioner Gaddis. Second by, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Second, Commissioner Berg.
Commissioner Berg. Okay, Commissioner Berg, for approval to close it.
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Just a confirmation, did we take public comment except for the applicant? Is there anyone else wanted to comment on this? Or were there any e-comments or anything?
I don't think there were any.
No, there's no e-comments or anyone to comment on this item.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ung
Yes.
and myself, yes. So that closes the public hearing. And it's good that we have the letter from the homeowner association that they're on board with this, because we would be expecting to have some kind of a deliberation from other people within that unit structure compound. Okay. So where does the commission stand on this? And it's our time to deliberate. If you think it's cut and dry, then we can either approve or deny. Commissioner Gandis.
Yeah, I'd like to hear if any of the other commissioners have any objection to this. I'd like to hear their thoughts on that because I just can't imagine offhand what their objections would be. So I'd like to hear them.
Commissioner Hensley.
Sure. Yeah, I think I understand the applicant's purpose of this, and I think this is currently useless space. But one of my concerns is that, today it has 140 square feet of open space, outdoor living space, and we're making the non-conformance worse by enclosing it and reducing it to 52 square feet. And so I don't have a problem with the project itself, but one of the findings we made is that what they're proposing does not make the non-conforming use worse, more non-conforming. And this project, I can't see how it doesn't make it more non-conforming. Even if I like it or I'm okay with it, it's a finding I'm struggling to make. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Godek?
Yeah, I agree about the non-conforming finding, except for the fact that, like, if anybody came to us with that project today and said that they were going to call that open space, we would laugh at them. So I don't like on paper, it may make the non-conforming use worse, but in reality, I don't think it does.
Okay, thank you for that. When was the property built? Do we know what year it was built?
1975.
Oh, in the 70s. Yeah, that was the big rape of Redondo, the 60s and 70s. It's when, the lots were, how much can you fit into a piece of property? So this is a perfect example of what not to do. And like I said, I will repeat myself. I think the architects that did stuff like this should be drawn and quartered because it's an abuse of the system. And that's why we're really looking at open space, because we cannot tolerate more of this. It's beyond stupidity to have done something like this. And so here we are drowning ourselves even further down the hatch because it's already non-conforming. We're making it even more non-conforming, really to rectify the work of an incompetent architect, period. Really. I mean, think about 2 weeks, I think it was last month or the month before, where we had that architect with that really sleek design and had, made it so that the ventilation could go through the house and all that. That was a beauty. I don't remember it was in that same kind of area with all the units. And with the tandem garage, remember the one with the tandem garage, and you wanted to get the air. I mean, that was really sought out so that you wouldn't have this type of horrible space. So anyway, that's what I think, Commissioner Berg, since I wanted to also reply to your question. Yeah. Commissioner Ong, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to also address Commissioner Hensley's comment because, it's not in compliance, and it seems like we're making it worse. However, my understanding is if you were to tabulate the open space, this would count as 0. Or is that Antonio? Is that true, or would it actually count? I know balconies can be smaller, but if it's on the ground floor, does it actually would it get credit today as open space?
Commissioner Young, yes, it would get credit towards the.
Okay. So then we would be reducing open space, at least from the way that we calculate it.
Yes, it
Yeah.
just doesn't get the bonuses that are typically associated with patios and open spaces.
Okay, yeah, because, you know, there's a side of me that understands that we would be reducing the open space. There's also a side of me that says that this is so unusable that, you know, we've already passed that point of open space, and it almost seems like what's being asked for is probably a better use, and in terms of the intent of the open space, you know, the utility isn't being lost because it's just not you know, it's just too small to be used. However, I would have trouble with making that finding that we aren't making the nonconformance worse, and so I'm not exactly sure. Even though in you know, intuitively it sounds like a good project, how, given the rules that we're being you know, told to judge against, whether I can say, you know, see each point in the affirmative in order to justify it. So yeah, I just need a little help.
Yeah, well, Commissioner Hope, then maybe if I can clarify. So the way that this was designed originally, it would meet the minimum standard, which has to have at least one dimension of 10 feet. It doesn't meet that standard now. So it doesn't actually qualify to count against the open space.
Additionally, too, if I chime in, it needs to be at least 50% open to the sky as well.
Right, typically, so yeah, that's the other portion of this, that we wanted to have at least, you know, 5 feet or so to be open to the sky so that you can get some natural sunlight and ventilation in there. So because of both of those items, the way that it was actually built out wouldn't qualify. So we wouldn't count it against the open space now.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot about the roof rule.
Right.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Thank you,
okay.
Sean.
Okay, I've eliminated that conflict.
The one thing that concerns me is that you say that, you know, our code now would allow such a thing. So I think we really need to revise that portion of the code to prevent this from happening again, because it's just simply plain ridiculous. And I do want to warn all the commissioners that, you know, by approving this, should we approve it, this does cause precedent. And then we're going to have all sorts of properties coming to us trying to enclose God knows what. So I'd like to put up the red flag here on that, just for us to be mindful. Commissioner Gaddis.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and in preparing for J4, which we put off to another meeting, you know, they had, you know, definitions of decks and patios, but they all talked about being bordered on 2 sides. This is obviously bordered on 3 sides, and as you point out, not open from the top. So, I mean, from the get-go, it's, you know, at least from my reading of it, and I'd like staff to sort of correct me or guide me on this, but it looks like it wouldn't count at all for as being open space. And then I'd like to know more about the possible precedent that we would be setting by approving this, and what the implications of that, what hazards we might be opening up by doing that. I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, that's my greatest concern. Maybe Director Brandy can.
Yeah, I can speak to, you know, on the precedent. One thing to take into consideration is this isn't an application for a variance. It's not a straight up application. This is falling under the non-conforming uses section. And it actually would fall under the non-conforming structures section, except for the The density of it does not conform, so it falls under non-conforming uses. So if it falls under each, the non-conforming uses section prevails. So it's a really limited area of where you may see this come up. So I don't see it with an application coming forward where it's something new being developed, it's not a variance. It's not a situation where it's a new application where it would have to comply with the rules. It does fall under that non-conforming uses because of when it was constructed and what the regulations were at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Just chime in. Also, there are very different findings. The findings for the Planning Commission design review, again, deal more with design, the user's needs. So I would say, argue that they're much easier findings to make versus variance findings. But this is the Planning Commission's consideration. It is Planning Commission design review. So that's the crux of this, is the design of the building itself.
Yeah, and it's a terrible design. It's Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. I was under the impression that when I asked my first question in the public hearing part, that it did calculate, the 8x10 space, but it is enclosed on 3 sides, so it does not count. So we're going from, their 4x16 balcony of, 54 square, feet or whatever, to no change. So that's very comforting. I think that's good. One question I have is, the original plan, was that balcony that was originally bigger, was it open to the sky, or was that not a requirement in 1975? Do we know?
Yeah, so I went back and I was trying to figure out how they
got away with it.
Project, yeah, it's really deficient in open space, and pretty severely deficient. But it was also designed differently, where there was these units face the exterior; they didn't face one another. So there was also that, and in that case, you're able to all take credit for that walkway or that pathway in the side setback against your open space. And so they're able to get a little bit more space that way. And I figured that's how they made that leap. But again, they ended up building it much differently than what was originally designed.
And there's a bunch of concrete in between, so it's not.
Yeah. So, to clarify, was the original patio design open above it, or was it also enclosed on 3 sides, just much bigger? Do we know? Looking at the plan.
Yeah, it was actually enclosed on 3 sides. Technically, it kind of had this jog to it, but it was much longer. It was intended to be a much longer space, a much deeper space than what it is today.
Okay. Is there some not finding, I guess it has to be a finding that, because this unit was misbuilt to the original design, or because this unit is a front unit with the front setback and the front door facing it, could we narrow this more? Because I do understand Director Forbes saying that this one is non-conforming use, but if I'm an applicant, I'm going to come in for an application looking at this neighbor down the street that got this. They don't know what the zoning is underneath or what it is. I'm trying to, if I can narrow this, I would be more happy. And I'm open to staff suggestions on how to narrow this, whether it's the misbuilt part of it or the fact that it's a front unit, which leaves it open only to front units with front doors to face it. I don't know, what suggestions might occur, but I would like to tailor this to this project.
I think under that second finding or the second criteria, you can make it more specific as to it not exacerbating the nonconformity, but because of the way that it was ultimately designed, that was not in conformance with the original plans and how they were approved. So I think that would that bridges that gap sufficiently to try and kind of deal with this question of how this property is kind of unique. Or
that would be finding B.
Yes.
Okay.
Also,
okay,
Senior Planner Gardea also had a list of the criteria. I think you had 7 items, which sort of are guides to say that, there's good criteria to pass this.
Right, so I can share that.
List, yeah.
I can share that again, and it's the 6 criteria are very specific to non-conforming uses.
Yeah, so maybe we can use this to kind of tighten it up, Commissioner Hensley.
Right, so these are the questions. These are the things that you have to look at specifically. Like I said, there's the general criteria for Planning Commission design review, which deal more with design, with whether there's going to be sufficient parking and circulation, visibility, whether the open space is done correctly, whether it's the massing and bulk is dealt with appropriately. Those types of design issues are in the general criteria for Planning Commission design review, but for the non-conforming use section, it calls out these 6 specific areas. And like I said before, all of these, you can make the findings in the affirmative. It is the question of the increase in the non-conformity that really is the question here. And I think you've answered that question. So you're delivering.
Yeah, so for me personally, this is in finding B, so we could tailor it to both the fact that this unit was built not to the approved plan, and also that there's no increase of the outdoor living space nonconformance because the space in question doesn't qualify or doesn't add as it's enclosed on 3 sides or something like that.
Do you want to make a crack at it?
Do we have a master staff editor that can help us as we go? Do we have the resolution approving? Maybe we can edit it on the fly with language, and then I'll try to make a motion.
Maybe we could get that up on the screen.
Let me take a look here.
Can you pull it up, Antonio? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen here. So this is the actual resolution, the staff report.
Maybe you can make it a little bigger.
Yeah, this is the section. Oops, something happened here. Sorry.
It's okay.
You have it in Word?
It just broke up. Let me find it in my.
Yeah. See if you can find it in Word, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just amend it there.
Redline it. Sean's got a lot of experience on that.
Now, for the commissioners that have the the packet, it's on the bottom of page 44. Letter B is the criteria that one would be addressing.
Okay, so I've got I'm sharing my screen here, and it's under B. There it is. And then so it starts at the bottom there. I hope everyone can see.
Yes.
Yes.
And it goes on. So the addition does not increase the number of units on the property, nor does it increase the building height, nor remove any of the existing parking spaces. The existing nonconformity in terms of density is not exacerbated. And I can add more here.
Yes.
So maybe the the existing nonconformity in terms of outdoor living space. Is not exacerbated due to the 8-foot by 10-foot patio in question.
Is it maybe due to it's not qualifying outdoor living space?
Yeah, the subject. Yeah, the subject area does not qualify as outdoor living space.
Due to being enclosed on 3 sides. Is it enclosed on 3 sides or they're not open to the sky?
It's not open to the sky and the minimum dimensions.
Well, it's 4 sides technically. I mean,
So, yeah. So enclosed on 3 sides would be okay if it was open to the sky, right?
Well, there's
We need
that
to check
thing
that.
with the 5-foot overhang.
Yes.
Yes, it would be okay.
Oh, 50, okay. So then it's just the fact it's not open to the sky.
Not open to the sky, and it doesn't, does it have the minimum dimensions, Antonio?
Yeah,
no,
just not
actually-
for the bonus, right?
Yeah, so the patio is actually there. The balconies are allowed a little bit more leeway. Patios themselves, because they're assumed to be on the ground floor, actually need to be 10 by 10. So
Yeah, minimum, yeah, this has to be 10 by 10. Does it meet that?
No, it doesn't.
It's 8 by
Okay,
10.
so it doesn't meet it by dimension either.
Okay. Yeah, so,
So instead of enclosed on 3 sides, it'd be.
How about
by
and is
dimension.
enclosed on 3 sides? Yeah.
or does it meet the minimum?
Meet the minimum dimension standards.
And then maybe the last point is just as this building was not built to the approved plans or approved design or something.
Maybe, yeah, additionally or something.
Yeah. I am not a English major and or a resolution writer.
Well, we have excellent staff who always comes to our
Yeah,
rescue.
thank you.
And we appreciate each and every one of you.
We wanted to finish this thought.
Maybe
Okay.
instead of since, put additionally, this building was not built to the original plans, period.
Well, but it doesn't meet the minimum dimensions and standards because as it was not built to the original plan.
Oh,
The
Well,
original
there are
plans
multiple
were-
issues. You don't even need to
Yeah,
Well,
have
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
This covers everything.
it's interesting, but I think even if they built it to the original plans, it may not have qualified.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
with that,
conforming in terms of today's standards. Absolutely.
okay. So yeah, I'm hoping this narrowly construes it so that, and if someone's in a similar situation, of course, they're always welcome to bring it to the planning commission. But I hope that, you know, this narrowly construes it enough to dissuade large adoption of enclosing open space.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the edit. So yeah, that'd be my edit then. So I'll make a motion to adopt by title only the resolution approving the project with the edit to finding B as written.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Gaddis. So all of those in favor, Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Congratulations. You have a new room.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for your very thoughtful deliberation. It was very insightful and educational, and it gives me a new appreciation for the amount of wrestling you do over these issues. And Chantal, if we can somehow track down the original architect, we'll make sure he gets drawn and quartered, like you said.
Right, let it be a warning to architects to be that come to Redondo. They can't play these games anymore.
Well, thank you so much, all. I sure appreciate the opportunity. I really do.
All right, very
It's
good.
more likely the developer, right?
Well, they work together, Commissioner Gaddis, that's the thing. They work together. Okay, so now we will, since that's done and dusted, we will move on to item J2, which is a public hearing for consideration of an exemption declaration amendment to a conditional use permit, overlap parking review, and a coastal development permit exemption to allow the operation of a personal improvement service operating as a yoga studio with an existing commercial building on property located in a commercial C2 zone in the coastal zone. The applicant is 423 Yoga, and the property is located at 423 South Pacific Coast Highway. So I'd like to have a motion for open the public hearing
Motion to open the public hearing?
by Commissioner Gaddis and seconded
Second.
by Commissioner Berg. So here we go, Commissioner Berg.
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So the public hearing is open. And so, Lena, if you could tell us who will be speaking to the commission today, so we know who needs to take the oath.
Yes, so there's two persons here. It's Amy and Lori. So their videos are on. So if you want to administer the oath.
Okay, very good. So to Amy and to Lori, do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Yes.
I do.
Okay, very good. So that takes care of that. So now we will get a presentation from our planning analyst.
Yes.
No,
And can everyone see my screen right now?
looking good.
Okay, great. Okay, so the second public hearing before you this evening is a consideration of an exemption declaration, an amendment to a conditional use permit, overlap parking review, and a coastal development permit exemption for the operation of a personal improvement service within an existing commercial building located at 423 South PCH. The personal improvement service being considered this evening is a yoga studio. So the property is located on the west side of Pacific Coast Highway. It is zoned commercial C2. Adjacent properties to the north and south are also zoned commercial C2. And properties at the west to the rear are zoned R3 multifamily residential. An original conditional use permit issued in 1985 for the construction of a two-story commercial building. So this is an aerial view of the site. 423 is right there in the middle of the block along the west side of Pacific Coast Highway. It's between Pearl Street to the north, Ruby Street to the south. The adjacent property to the north is currently a vacant parcel, zoned C2. The adjacent property to the south is developed with a 39-room motel. And then to the at the rear to the west, there's single-family and multifamily residential uses. The property was issued a CUP in 1985 for the development of a two-story commercial building, approximately 14,700 square feet in size. The original development had 49 parking spaces, but ADA improvements in 2019 reduced those parking spaces down to 46. The building is oriented towards the front lot line. Access to the site is off of a two-way driveway on the north side right here. On-grade parking spaces are located to the rear of the building with two more levels of parking ranging from a semi-subterranean level down to a fully subterranean level. There's a solid masonry wall along the rear property line, separates the site to the residential lots on the west. The on-grade parking lot separates the first level of the building from the residential to the rear. And so it provides about a 64-foot distance from the first floor rear wall to that rear property line. The second floor of the building then cantilevers over the on-grade parking lot, set back about 20 feet from the rear property line. The yoga studio would be situated to the north side of the building at the ground level. So on the proposed site plan, the yoga studio would occupy just over 1,400 square foot tenant space on that first floor. It's on the north side of the building and it's adjacent to the driveway access to the property. This view also shows the driveway access with the on-grade parking with 14 parking spaces on this level. And then the measurements are kind of small to read, but then this shows all the added measurements shows about 64 feet from this rear property line out to the rear wall of the building. So then the proposed floor plan was also included in your packet. The yoga studio would occupy a portion of the first floor level just off the front lobby right here. It would also be separated from the other office spaces on that floor by some bathrooms and a hallway right here. And then this is just the second floor office plan. So the remainder of the building space, it's actually being utilized for the property owner as office space for their cloud-based consulting company. And then the property owner will actually also be part owner of the yoga studio. And then this slide shows the remainder of the parking spaces. So basically it comes down this way to, this would be a semi-subterranean level, wraps around to the fully subterranean level down here. So between these two levels, you have a total of 32 parking spaces, and then the 14 on grade up above this part. So a yoga studio does fall under the zoning code definition of a personal improvement service, which is a conditionally permitted use in the C2 zone. And this is within the coastal zone as well. Since there is an existing CUP for the property, the operation of the yoga studio is considered an amendment to that original CUP. So this consideration helps ensure that the new use does not adversely impact surrounding properties and uses. Typical concerns which arise from fitness type uses include parking impacts and noise. So as part of the CUP amendment process, staff asked the applicant to submit a CUP application, a business plan, and drawings. The applicants propose offering yoga classes 7 days a week. The business plan included with your packet details the various forms of yoga practice that they offer. To start, 4 classes a day would be offered Monday through Thursday at various times in the mornings, 1 class at midday, and then classes in the evenings. On Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 2 classes would occur both before noon. Classes would be comprised of 20 clients and 1 instructor, and the initial business plan provides at least a half-hour gap in between the 2 closest classes. It's expected that as clientele grows, more classes will likely be offered. Therefore, staff recommends overall hours of operation 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., with the requirement that there be at least a 15-minute gap between classes to allow time for 1 set of clients to leave as the next set are coming in. These conditions are similar to another yoga approval that the commission gave back in 2019 along Torrance Boulevard. The CUP requires us to make findings that the proposed business will not adversely impact surrounding properties and uses. Typical concerns with fitness studios do include parking and noise impacts. In terms of traffic and parking, the location is on PCH, which is a major arterial street designed to accommodate the traffic for commercial uses that run along the entire length of the street. And then the site is accessed by a 2-way driveway on the north side of the property. There are 46 on-site parking spaces, which do not technically meet the code requirement even for office uses today. So office is the lowest parking ratio in our code, which is 1 space for every 300 square feet of floor area. So based on the building size of 14,700, it would actually require 49 parking spaces, which was what was originally developed when the building was built. But again, those ADA upgrades back in 2019 did result in the loss of 3 spaces. So when assessing new business requests for a property that is no longer conforming in terms of the number of parking spaces required by the current code, generally like-for-like businesses are grandfathered in, or businesses that have a lower parking requirement go in with no issues. So for example, with this property, other office uses could replace each other without triggering a parking review. However, a fitness studio does have a higher parking code requirement than office. So in situations where the on-site parking is technically not enough to meet the uses requirement by the code, the zoning ordinance does offer the opportunity for what's called overlap parking. In essence, although on paper the parking requirement is not met, the practical application of parking on that particular site is configured in such a way that there's still enough parking spaces available to meet the code requirement for the new use. Overlap parking can actually be considered at the administrative level, but since the yoga studio required an amendment to the CUP, staff felt the Planning Commission should also review the parking, the overlap parking materials as part of its just overall consideration of the use. So for approval of overlap parking, the applicant is asked to conduct a 2-week parking survey. So for 2 weeks, the applicant counted all the available parking spaces at each of the times that they are proposing to offer classes. Personal improvement services require 1 parking space for every employee, plus 1 parking space for every 2 students that are on site at any one time. So based on the business plan of 20 clients and 1 instructor, the yoga studio would require 11 parking spaces by code. So on the applicant's 2-week parking survey, it demonstrates that even at the parking lot's highest usage, there were still at least 22 parking spaces available. So I think 22 was the lowest number that at the parking lot's highest utility, there were still 22 parking spaces left over. And then there are additional criteria for overlap parking, which are detailed in your staff report. And each of those criteria were met as well. I'm not going to go over each individual one necessarily in this presentation, but if the commission, it is in your staff report, if the commission has additional questions on it, we can go over that. So I did do a site visit myself. It was on a Tuesday morning, a little after 9 a.m., figuring it'd be a good time to maybe capture, employees from the actual cloud-based business offices that had arrived. So that these were some photos from my visit. So the on-grade parking, it was all taken. But then when you come around and you come down to here, there were only 2 cars on that semi-subterranean level. And then on the fully subterranean level, it was completely open. Then as I was leaving, there was 1 vehicle then coming in to park. So during my visit, it was 29 parking spaces were left available. So therefore, in terms of parking, it appears that at least 11 parking spaces are typically always available for the yoga studio to meet their parking requirement. So then an additional concern with fitness locations is noise, particularly affecting nearby residential homes or other business uses occupying the property. So with regards to the residential homes to the rear, the tenant space is 64 feet away from that rear property line, as we saw in that initial site plan. Additionally, there's actually no openings to the tenant space for the yoga studio. So this photo, I think, was part of your staff report as well. That rear wall of the yoga studio abuts some parking spaces. So there's no windows, no doors, as well as the other wall would abut this driveway right here that has no windows or doors. So therefore, staff does feel there's minimal concern with noise affecting the residential properties to the rear. Now, within the interior of the building, the studio will be separated from the office spaces on that same level by bathrooms in the hallway. So it won't share any walls with the other spaces. There will be a shared ceiling floor separation from the offices on the second floor. However, considering the nature of yoga practice, there likely won't be considerable sound impact to the other offices. A condition has also been added that any interior doors to the tenant space remain closed while classes are occurring. Now, should the yoga studio no longer occupy the tenant space, it could be feasible that another fitness facility can move in under the CUP amendment granted to the property. So a condition was crafted that prohibits the use of certain fitness equipment and weights, so that if a future fitness studio were to utilize those more intensive types of items that could generate additional noise, they would have to come back before the Planning Commission to amend the CUP once again. And then lastly, a condition is also added that if noise complaints are received and the issue isn't resolved, the use just gets referred back to the Planning Commission for a modification or even a revocation of that CUP amendment. So the new yoga studio is exempt from environmental review under CEQA, under section 15301A of the CEQA implementation guidelines. The section exempts minor improvements to existing structures that don't increase floor area. So this current request is consistent with those provisions for that exemption. And then the project is also exempt from a coastal development permit. The occupancy of an existing commercial tenant space with just a new tenant, and it doesn't involve any of the activities listed as non-exempt. So this section is written kind of weird. So basically, it'll say a little bit differently. It'll say what things aren't exempt. So it's not listed as an activity that's non-exempt. And then notice of the exemption was provided to the California Coastal Commission on September 2nd. So in summary, the proposed yoga studio is a suitable use for the existing building at 423 South PCH. The location is on a major street, which can support traffic generated by the use. The parking requirement can be met as demonstrated through the overlap parking review. Noise concerns are mitigated by the fact that the space has no exterior openings, and the project has been conditioned in relation to noise impacts of potential future uses. The use is consistent with the city's general plan intent to develop commercial uses that provide for the needs of current and future residents, and the yoga studio would be a positive addition to the city. So therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the exemption declaration, approve the amendment to the conditional use permit, approve the overlap parking and the coastal development permit exemption for the operation of personal improvement service at 423 South Pacific Coast Highway, subject to the findings and conditions contained in your draft resolution. So now this concludes my presentation, and then we welcome, staff welcomes any questions, and then additionally, the applicants are in attendance as well if the commission desires to hear from them or ask any questions directly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Very, very informative as always. I wanted to ask the question about, we have the applicant count the spaces available. I don't know if that's such a good idea. I mean, it should be someone who is not vested in the project that does the counting. And so related to that question is, what is the occupancy of, I forget how many other units are in there, and are they all being used at this time? Are there tenants in all the units there, or are there vacancies?
So currently, the remainder of the building is being used solely by one tenant, which is actually also the property owner of the building. So he's using it. He runs some sort of cloud-based consulting service. So he does have employees related to that business and is using the remainder of the building for that business. Now, yes, foreseeably in the future, could he decide to take on other tenants in the tenant spaces? Absolutely, sure. So that, just our code doesn't differentiate though between, do you have 10 different tenants in an office building or one tenant in an office building? It's still the 1 to 300, but certainly could you now in a way have 10 different offices that generate more parking? But the code doesn't refine it in that manner.
Right. So that's why I wanted to bring that up, because I think it needs to be an independent party that does the counting, and then it should be proportionally related to, the number of people that would be in the building if it was fully operational. So the number, you can lie with statistics very easily. So I think I just want to make it sure that everybody realizes that this number is really not as solid as we think it is. In addition, people are going there to do exercise, then, maybe there should be a bike rack installed somewhere. I'd like to see something like that, because if you're going to go exercise, then you might as well bicycle there and reduce the parking. And I think we're trying to drive a city which is more commuter friendly with options such as this. So anyway, those were the comments that I had at first blush. Commissioner Ong.
Thank you, and thank you for a thorough staff report. I think you covered my question regarding bike racks, and I'm not sure if they're in existence right now, but would certainly like to see that, especially since their business plan mentioned the fact that they expect people to walk and to bike. The other question that I had was, in their business plan, they had expressed that in addition to the yoga classes, that they would operate a boutique. And I was curious in terms of the parking calculations, whether that has any impact on parking, if they're going to operate the yoga studio as well as a boutique.
Sure. So this goes back to our ancillary uses. I think we discussed this too when we talked about it under with the vet office, or a myriad of other things where the code won't necessarily define what an ancillary use is, but it does allow businesses to have, say, just something ancillary to the main business that doesn't trigger now additional parking because they're offering that, right? So I think the intent with the studio would be that they're offering retail items, not for people walking in off the street, because they're actually not going to have any visibility off the street. I think it will be for their intended clients that are using, that will be clients of the yoga studio to sell items to them. Because just given the design of the building, I don't see it conducive as having people come to park there just to shop.
Right, but the criteria that was used for parking for the yoga is a more stringent than if the business plan was, we're going to operate a boutique. And by the way, we're going to have yoga classes. The yoga calculation is probably more stringent and would cover the boutique, I guess is my question.
That is correct. Yes. So
Okay.
personal improvement service parking requirement is a more, stringent parking requirement than say a retail parking. Yes.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you for those. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a question. Again, thanks for the great staff report. It was very thorough. I had a question. I was just looking at the website while I was listening to the presentation, and it looks like the pictures on their website that this building is kind of built out already as a yoga studio. Is it actually built and finished and waiting for this approval, or is it? Am I looking at online like not what's there?
Flory and Amy. I haven't been inside the building, so Flory or Amy could answer to that. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yes,
Good,
Commissioner
please.
Hens,
Thank you.
yeah, I'm Amy. And yes, we redid the floor. So we laid down floor and mirrors and painted the walls. And when we discovered, we thought we were already set up for the CUP. We were zoned for personal services, as it stated. And then when we went to apply for our business license, we found out that we were not zoned properly.
I see. Okay.
So there's minimal improvements to basically walls, paint, flooring.
Okay. But the picture on your website is representative of what is there today. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you one other question on your website? I don't normally look at it during the hearing. For some reason, I wanted to see it. You have a section on your website that says, "Where do I park?" And it says that there's plenty of street parking as well as in the neighborhoods around it. Is that intentional, like not to park in the parking lot that's provided? Or?
Commissioner Hensley, absolutely good question. And when we created the content for our website, it was probably 7 or 8 months ago. And there was still kind of construction on the refacing of the building. And we were basically trying to just make it so it was as easy and basic as possible. And as you can see on the last page where it gives you directions, the map isn't even interactive yet. So we've got some work to do on the website to make it more presentable and more informative. And we can detail the parking in the garage.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. And I do like your makes walking and writing easy comments on your website. So I think that's great.
It is a great neighborhood. It's amazing.
Yeah.
We're very enjoying it.
But there's definitely nowhere that you can chain a bike to because it's all, parking structure with walls. So there's not even poles to put a chain around. So that's something to
Lori? She's muted.
Lori.
Yes, sorry, I had muted myself. There is actually if the first part of the parking lot by the thing, I've ridden my bike there multiple times, and there is a wall with, it's just a fence, like kind of that divides the first floor to the second floor. It's like you drive by it to get to the second floor, and you could probably get 6 bikes along it. But it's not meant to be a bike rack, and that's a great idea, and we should put one in. But currently, you could put a bike there. I do that.
Yeah, so maybe put some signage or something, or try to make it a little bit more formal, so that really encourage people. Commissioner Berg has a question here.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the other commissioners know what my experience was because I actually went over there. I was over there at about 3:00 on Monday, and I think there were 4 cars in the parking lot. I stopped in. It is a gated area, so you can peek in, but it was locked yesterday and the day before, and I didn't see any cars. Also, the studio is sort of in the center of the building, so it looked like it was pretty muted, so to speak, and sort of, I guess, like everybody said, I think yoga studios are primarily quiet. They're not like, those bike classes. Also, I found something interesting. I don't know if it was in the packet or not, but Amy had told me that the yoga classes were really started by the company that owns the building. So she's been doing this for the employees. Amy, did you want to bring that up to everybody and explain
Sure.
that? Because I guess this is primarily going to be for the employees in the building too.
Thank you, Commissioner Berg. Yes, so Sandler Partners, which is the upper floor, I've been teaching yoga for the company for 7 years, and they've always had a little space in their building for their employees. So the employees will also be members of the studio, and many of those employees will join the classes. So it's a corporate and a public studio is what we'd like to create.
And when she says she's been teaching for 7 years, they just moved into this current building. It was at a different building where she was teaching.
They were in Hermosa on Artesia.
And I have a question to Commissioner Berg. You said that it was gated. So does that mean if the yoga studio wants to have operating hours, I think it was suggested from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., is that gate going to be open, or people, because we don't really want people to go looking for street parking. We don't want to burden the neighborhood. So is that gate?
I don't know. I guess it was an app. And when I showed up there, she had an app that opened up the gate, but they can explain that better than I can.
Yeah, I'd like to do that because I don't want people having to go looking in the neighborhood, take residential and other businesses parking when there's
Currently-
parking in the building.
Currently, the whole building is locked. So the gate's locked and the front is locked. When we have yoga classes, we'll have it open. So right now you can't get, like, if you wanted to go see the yoga studio, you can't get in because they don't have any reason to have it open to the public right now.
And
So you're providing passes to people who sign up for yoga then?
no, the doors will be open.
From 7 a.m. to 8?
No, but I think she's talking about the gates to the parking.
Yeah, I'm talking about
That
the
was
gates
locked,
to the
not the
parking.
building necessarily, the parking. Can
Yeah,
you
I'm
explain
talking
that?
about the parking.
Yeah.
You know, because if you're having, classes from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., then those gates are going to have to be open for people to come and go.
Right.
Tenant doesn't want that. The owner.
Right now, what I'm saying is that because we're not open to the public right now, we have the gate locked and the front door locked. Nobody can get in. So once we are open to the public, we will open the gate and unlock the front door. It's just we have it locked. So the gate will be locked at night when there's nothing open. But when it's open, they'll have access.
Okay, and the owner's okay with the 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yes.
Because it's his business also being vulnerable, and it's a perfect place for homeless people to go into and set up camp. I mean, if I was homeless, I'd beeline it to that parking lot.
To clarify, it has been in the past when the building started being construction, there's the lot that's empty next door. And then the building really didn't have any residents in it for a little while. And there were a bit of transients there. And I believe that's why they decided to secure it. And then when we know we have a class, we arrive to the building to create the environment and check everyone in, open the gates. And should there be a break, so there will be classes like between noon or 1 and 4 to 5 p.m. There will be no classes at all. The studio will be closed. So we would close the gates during that period of time and then reopen when it came time for a class. So there'll always be the instructor who would attend to making sure the front door is open, the parking is open for people to come in. So to create a welcome and warm environment for those that are coming in, along with just, I believe, the crowds and the improvement, not crowds, but the people walking through will improve that little block of space on South Pacific Coast Highway.
Okay, yeah, because we had a problem with transients at Sapphire. Remember, they came to the commission, I think it was last month, the addition in the back, the garage to the old bicycle shop. They had issues. So it just seems like that parking garage would also bring that element to the neighborhood.
It's very clean.
Yeah, I had a question for staff. Does street parking count, access to street parking count in this, or it has to be parking on the site?
It does have to be, so our code required parking does have to be on-site parking.
Okay.
Not count towards.
The signage there is actually terrible on the street. It looks like you can park there, but I wasn't entirely sure, and I felt like I was taking my life into my hands. Can you park there? I guess I shouldn't have asked after I parked 3 times, but.
Commissioner Berg, I did see that it's a 90-minute parking from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m., something like that. And then there's 113 spots that are public parking if you take the whole block. So you've got our building park in our spaces, but just saying, and then there's 57 spots if you put piece on the inner realm, and then if people park on the other 40, Lori, how many parking spots do we have? 46? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look in your mirrors. Yes. Yes.
And another class starts. And I actually used to go to a yoga studio that had the same 15-minute gap. And the parking was a nightmare because people are kind of slow to roll out of those classes. They got to get there. I think it would be better to have it a little bit of a bigger window between when the classes can happen.
Yes, the students will pre-register and there'll be a cap. So the application Raising Mind Body will make it so that on standard, and it was a standard before COVID. Our room is very antimicrobial, but if we discover that, because some classes will have 30 minutes to 2 to 3 hours in between. And then just kind of looking at basically the morning and maybe evening classes, squeezing them together a little tighter, just to maximize the time when most people would want to be doing yoga. But things have changed a lot and we're not totally sure when people will want to come. But if we discover that there is a amount of people that are waiting, we would make sure that we created a larger gap between classes.
Okay, are there any other comments or discussion that we need before we close the public hearing? If not, then I'd like a motion to close. Oh, Commissioner Boswell.
So I'm wondering, in this 15 minutes between classes, considering the COVID pandemic has no end in sight, are you spending some of that time cleaning mats and sanitizing and de-virusing?
Absolutely. So we have our heating element has the blue light that cleans the air as it comes in. The flooring is itself antimicrobial. The paint is a limestone, crushed limestone, which the pH in it is so high that it can't hold any bacteria or fungus. And then it's a pretty easy flooring. The flooring looks like ramen noodles. It's a very interesting surface, and please let us know if you want to come in and check it out. So there aren't pools of sweat. So it's pretty easy to send a cleaner through to clean that. And should we discover that there needs to be more time, then absolutely we were going to set that. And that's kind of like I said, we're really coming into a very unprecedented, as we know that word, time, because our yoga industry and fitness industry through Los Angeles County has been literally shuttered for over 14 to 15 months. And coming back into it, I've been teaching yoga in the South Bay for 15 years. So I do understand the clientele and what's expected. And there are aspects where you were correctly, we probably are going to need to increase the amount of time between classes.
So what is it that you're using or that you plan to use that's going to kill viruses as opposed to bacteria? Viruses, of course, being more resilient genetic entity.
Well, the surfaces are stated from the manufacturers to actually kill it as it touches the surface. And then also there's lots of cleaners out there that deal with it. And from what I've been also understanding is that contact touching isn't quite, they say, as bad as when the pandemic first came out. But mats we would not reuse in a day. So we've got loaner mats that should someone use it in that day, it would be cleaned, blue light sanitized, and set to the back. so that it wouldn't be used. And same with our laundry.
Okay. So what about your turnover on your air circulation in the yoga studio? How quickly does 100% of the air get circulated through and changed out?
You know, I can't answer that question. I know that it does its filtering along with the blue light, but specifically technologically, I don't have the background to tell you that. Now, my contractor who set everything up for us would probably have a better information to get you that. But we've set up, before COVID hit, we knew that it's really important to have really great antimicrobial materials, clean space. And we were really fortunate that when we got into actually putting things together, that we were already using the right materials.
Okay.
Lori, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, hopefully everyone's vaccinated. If the rule says they have to have masks on, they'll have masks on. We're going to try and be as safe and as clean as we possibly can. But we also want to give people a chance to get out there and do yoga. I don't know that you would be able to get that answer from any yoga studio around. It's a difficult question. I wish we knew the answer, but we're going to try and keep it as clean and safe as possible.
Yeah, and everyone wears the mask.
I appreciate that you're trying your best. It just seems to me that since you're just now starting this and you're still finishing your build out, that this is the time to address things like the turnover of your air within the room. I've read material that says that's one of the biggest factors in people spreading the virus, is that there is not enough. There is inappropriate airflow and air change out, and that the air within a room, I'm not sure what your dimensions are, needs to be completely recirculated every 10 minutes, every 5 minutes. So that's the kind of thing that I think you should look more into and address, perhaps with some science, before you have customers coming in, infecting each other from either within the class or from one class to the next.
I think Commissioner Boswell brings up an extremely important point, because this is a very enclosed space. There's no natural ventilation in there, and whatever ventilation you're getting is off of PCH, which is not the best ventilation at all, because it's full of the exhaust from the cars. And yoga is all about breathing. That's really what yoga is breathing. And so here you are in an enclosed space. And I really do suggest that you look extremely closely at the air purification system or whatever that you need to put in, because it can be a very, regardless of, the coatings and everything that you've put, and, it just seems like a ramen flooring seems very open and porous to catch even more stuff in there, which the blue light might not be able to get into the little recesses. So do please make a note of that. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chappell. I have a question back to Commissioner Godek's point on the time between classes. So currently in the resolution, one of the conditions is that classes shall be scheduled to provide a minimum of 15 minutes. Would you be open to more time as a condition, or would you like 15 minutes, which you would like as one of the conditions?
It's 15. We would like to be available to have that. If we need to have longer, we can do that. It's just, we don't know. Why would you want to, why are you asking?
Oh, sure. Just the concern of Commissioner Godek that when you have classes with 15 minutes, that's not always enough time for some people to leave and others to come. And it gets pretty busy just for a few minutes when those classes are transitioning. And if you had 20 minutes or 25, it may be improve that situation. That's why I'm just trying to see if you're open to changing that condition, or if 15 minutes is what you're needing for your business. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, that it would be, some classes would be scheduled maybe 15 minutes apart. Some would be 45. And should I have a class that I notice there's a human traffic jam, for one, we know for at least the next year plus that people are going to need to stay separated. So we would change the times. So we can make it so we want to make it so that our clientele are feeling comfortable, happy, safe, and at home in a space where they can come in and do their yoga and feel like they are staying healthy, going home to their family healthy, and enjoying a good environment.
To answer your question specifically, though, if our approval is contingent upon that, yes, of course, we're open to changing that.
Okay. Yeah, I just asked because we're pretty soon going to close the public hearing, and then we're going to have some deliberation, and we can't have this kind of back and forth without reopening it. So I want to just kind of get your sense before we make some condition that's completely objectionable or doesn't work for your business plan or something. So that's why I'm just trying to get the sense before we deliberate in more detail. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the answers.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Commissioner Boswell, did you have any other comment you wanted to make?
No, I guess one of my first questions about sanitizing the floor space and the mats and so forth was kind of vague. Is there a particular solution of alcohol and peroxide or some other antiviral that you're going to be using that you have already decided on?
Are you asking about the yoga mats?
About the entire floor space that people are going to be in contact with on account of gravity.
The floor space is steam cleaned, and the yoga mats, most people will bring their own yoga mat, and then those loaner mats would be cleaned specifically with alcohol and tea tree.
Between classes.
Frequency of the steam cleaning? What is the frequency of this?
I'm sorry. So the steaming, so the floor is cleaned, and then the steam cleaning would not be in between classes. So the floor is cleaned a different way between classes, and then the steam cleaning is different. So
is that once a day, once every couple of days, or what exactly is it?
We probably will do it once a week for sure. Otherwise, every other day. We're not sure exactly. So the manufacturer says it only needs to be done once a month, but we will be doing it probably once a week and then maybe more. So Hot 8, one of the larger yoga studios around, and Soho Yoga in Hermosa, they all use the same flooring, and we're using the same protocol as them.
So you're saying the flooring itself kills the viruses on contact?
Yes. No?
No, it's nobody can say how you kill the viruses specifically. It's antimicrobial formula guards against the growth of mildew, fungi, and bacteria. It doesn't specifically say viruses. So
viruses are an entirely different thing. They are not bacteria by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, scientists will tell you that they don't even qualify as life forms. So viruses are quite different from anything else that's that tiny that we have to deal with. And as we can see, with the Delta variant, who knows what the next variant will be. They're nasty little creatures, if we can even call them creatures, nasty little strings of genetic material. So I'm just concerned that you may be going into a business at a time where you're going to harm your customers.
Okay, the thing is that they've come to many conclusions saying that it's not surface transmittable, it's air transmittable. So what's going on underneath the bottom of our floor, because it's not staying on the surface of the floor because it is porous, is I don't think is such the huge issue. But I thought that this was about, is this about the yoga studio as a whole or the parking issue? I'm confused exactly what we're.
It has to do with the build out of your space. Has your HVAC system been evaluated for the air turnover that's now required to change out air a lot more frequently than before? I would almost think that an
So
exercise
what is the
studio,
actual? Is there?
Sorry?
Do you have like exactly what the requirement is?
I don't think there is a requirement. I'm
Okay,
just asking you
so
what
I don't have the
mitigations
answer
have
then.
you what mitigations have you looked at to make sure that your clientele is safe?
Oh,
And
the
those are
unit.
two things: the sanitation of surfaces and the turnover of the air volume within the room. Because you will have a closed door during the yoga session. So everybody breathing out, that's all going to stay in that room unless the HVAC system brings in air from the outside, pulls air out of the room and replaces it with air from the outside. It probably goes through a filter.
The heating unit and the air unit is its own separate unit specifically made for a yoga studio. It's called a yoga tower, and it does pull fresh air from outside. It filters it through a blue light and pulls it back out through a filter.
Okay, excellent. That's the kind of answer I'm looking for.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I'm finished. Unless someone else wants to ask about this.
Commissioner Berg.
I just wanted to, are gyms and yoga studios subject to the health department screening, just out of curiosity? Or
I think so.
I don't know. So I'm asking, does anybody know?
Following CDC guidelines, and that's masking and then taking again, they closed us down for 14 months. It's following the guidelines that are active at the current time, and those are changing each week, and we do check to see what's changing, but we have not been open, so we haven't had to lay any protocols in place. But it's specifically following what the CDC says our guidelines are, and we will absolutely follow that. That's what yoga is about. It's about inclusion and honesty and communication and keeping each other safe.
Yeah, and yes, and then the LA County Health Department has laid out protocols actually for every business type and the reopening protocols for those. So it's, if you go to the LA County Department of Public Health website under reopening protocols, and there's it goes all the way from A to, I don't even know what number it is now, X or something, but for every type of business type, there's all the protocols for how to operate under the current guidelines. They were updated frequently during each of the phases of COVID. So it would be laid out for gyms and fitness facilities on the protocols from the Department of Health specifically.
Commissioner Ong?
Yeah, I just want to verify with staff that the jurisdiction for COVID-related protocols would be under the purview of LA County and would not be a condition that we would put in a conditional use permit, or would we? It just seems this is the first time I've ever had that discussion on a conditional use permit. I don't think we've done it before, have we?
No, and you're correct. It's not under our jurisdiction. We don't have our own health officer locally. In LA County, the only two jurisdictions that do are Long Beach and Pasadena. So it would fall under LA County's Department of Public Health jurisdiction for them to comply with the COVID-19 emergency orders.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure, because when we list conditions, they have to be things that we can enforce. And, we can enforce noise, and we can enforce, people, deciding that they're going to park on the street and things like that. But COVID seems to be something that I don't want to tackle because we can't enforce it. I mean, if bad practices are used by any business and they have outbreaks, they'll be shut down. So I think it's important, but I just want to kind of keep our focus on the agenda topic.
Okay, that's great. So I think we have deliberated and we've heard everything there is to be heard, I believe. And so I think maybe might be the time to have a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Before, I just want to confirm for the record, there are no e-comments signed up to speak on the item.
Yeah, I jumped the gun. Now I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Berg. Okay, very good. So here we go. Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So that closes the public hearing. And so now we deliberate within ourselves. So. Pretty clear cut. Somebody, Commissioner Gaddis.
If there is a concern that somebody might object to this among the commissioners, I'd love to hear their arguments on it. Because it looks pretty straightforward to me, but I'm probably not thinking about something that concerns another commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Ong, you have a separate question?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think one of the thoughts that came out of more than one commissioner's mouth was to the need for a bicycle rack. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering if a condition and I don't know what if you need to specify how what size of a rack or what would be reasonable. But it would seem that in order to realize having people ride their bikes, there should be a way for them to do so safely.
No, that's a great idea. I believe that Ms. Sandler mentioned a place for 6 bikes, so we could ask for, because that was my concern. I mean, the whole thing is exercise, right? Yoga. So we do want to encourage people to ride their bikes and have, proper signage and maybe some special welded, brackets or something along that wall. I believe Commissioner Godek, you had a comment to this?
Well, I just want to make sure that, if we have one, that we could get the verbiage on that. And, in terms of, the capacity of that rack, I'll leave that, for us to agree on. But I'd like to propose that such a condition be added to the current list.
That's wonderful. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that staff will be able to help us with just the right verbiage.
Thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Godek, you had something or?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we need to confirm whether or not there's enough space on the site to make a bike rack before we make that a condition of approval.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
because those sites are pretty tight.
Yeah, the applicant did mention there is a place, for 6 bicycles, so it would be nice to maybe have. Yeah, I don't know what.
So Chair, if I may, I was thinking, if the condition would be crafted in the manner where, the property owner or the applicants work with staff, we'd have to analyze that site plan and see that, certainly they may be placing bikes there now, but to make it like a permanent bike location, is it impeding a drive aisle or is it impeding a parking space? So I think we'd have to first analyze the site plan together to ensure that, you know, the bike racks, whatever number are feasible that don't impede any drive aisles, parking spaces. So I don't know that we could necessarily say how many could be placed tonight without.
Well, we can have verbiage that the applicant shall work with the city staff in order to maximize the number of bicycle parking within the property for the benefit of the entire building. Okay, all right, that sounds good. Commissioner Boswell?
Myself unmuted here. I agree. There should be a bike rack somewhere, and surely there'll be a way to figure out how to get it in there. And hopefully, one large enough to accommodate, you know, a good amount of yoga students and employees of the building in general that may want to ride their bikes to work. Frankly, I'm not sure why there isn't a bike rack in front of every building, every commercial and retail building in the city. If we want people to ride bikes and get out of cars and kind of cut back on this parking nightmare that we have all over the city, bike racks are, you know, one of the things that are going to have to happen. Whether this should be the financial responsibility of the yoga studio or the building itself, I guess is debatable, but I think the building should be figuring this out and supplying a bike rack, regardless, even just for the general employees of the building. So I'm all in favor of requiring a bike rack.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because we've been battling this since the 80s. I remember in the early 80s, we were trying to you know, there was like a coalition for bicycles and bike lanes within the city of Redondo. So this has been a very long issue. And finally, now that people are kind of like stressed out with everything, it seems to be kind of opening up. And so we can discuss that at a later point. Let's see, Commissioner Berg.
Yeah, just on the bike rack thing, just to throw it out to everybody. You know, it's not a very bike-friendly area. I mean, that's just the reality. I would not necessarily want to ride my bike on PCH. There's no bike lane there. I think bike racks are like $500 or $600. And I just think throwing an expense on a business that suffered so greatly, I mean, we know how bad the fitness industry suffered, seemed a little extreme. I mean, if enough people are riding bikes, it seems that they're going to put a bike rack in because the market's going to demand it. So I just want to throw that idea out there. I just don't see who's going to ride a bike there. Personally.
And although Broadway, it's very easy. You don't, I mean, I ride my bike all the time. I do all my grocery shopping and everything by bike. And you just go down Broadway and you avoid, and you come up either on Pearl or Ruby or whatever. So you completely avoid PCH. So that's totally doable. That's not really an issue, but your point is
well, it could be for some people. I just don't see a lot of people riding bikes on PCH that way. I mean, that just me.
Because they're on Broadway. That's why, or they're on the Esplanade or on Catalina. That's
right.
Parallel arteries, and then they cut up. That's
right.
Yeah. Okay. So so do we have someone that wants to conjure up a motion? Commissioner Ung, perhaps?
Yeah, no, well, there was one other question that was brought up was the minimum time between classes. And I just wanted to make sure that currently it's at 15. There were some concerns, and I just want to make sure that whoever has concerns has the opportunity to voice their alternative.
Commissioner Hensley?
Sure. Yeah, that's just a personal experience. I'm okay with 15. I think that, you know, when they do have overlapping classes is not so common, at least currently, and there is quite a bit of parking, especially on the lower level. So unless other commissioners have strong feelings or really feel that, you know, 20 or 25 minutes would be more appropriate, you know, I could go either way. I don't feel so strongly to require changing the condition.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Godek.
Yeah, since I brought it up, you know, if a lot of their students are going to be employees of the company and all of that, then I don't foresee it as being as much of a problem as has been my experience in the past. So I'm okay leaving it too.
Okay. All right. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
Because you're new and I don't think you've done one, and this would be a perfect opportunity to put your teeth on a motion.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve item J2.
Okay, so what you would do then is you would read what it says there, that you would recommend the declaration.
Approving the operation of a yoga studio in an existing commercial building at 423 South Pacific Coast Highway.
And then I think we do want to, do we have any friendly amendments to that in terms of the, that the city will, that the applicant will work with the city to, or the owner for possible bike ride? Lena,
So
do
we
you
have, yeah, so we,
wording?
so we drafted some language. The applicant shall work with the Community Development Department and Public Works Department to provide the maximum number of bike racks on the subject property and adjacent right-of-way to accommodate all businesses.
Okay, and that's applicant / owner, right? So we're keeping it fluid.
Oh, we can do that. Okay, applicant.
Fluid, because I think the owner would also be interested because it's his building, it's adding value to his business and to whoever he's renting out to.
So because the applicant and property owner shall work with the Community Development Department and Public Works Department to provide the maximum number of bike racks on the subject property and adjacent right-of-way to accommodate all businesses.
So Commissioner Godek, would you want to add that to your motion to make it complete?
Yes, I would like to add that friendly amendment. Please tell me I don't have to repeat it.
I mean, usually it's another commissioner that makes the amendment, but you know, we just wanting to get you on your wheels and getting you making motions, and because yeah, okay.
Y'all are too fast for me, right?
No, it's a learning process, and so this is great. So we have a motion on the table. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Commissioner Ung will second. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, then I will do roll call for approving it. Commissioner Berg?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
And Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So congratulations on your yoga studio. I hope that you found this very elaborate discussion educational, if anything, and made you realize how hard we work for our businesses to really be the best they can so we can have the best city in the South Bay. So thank you for your patience in this matter.
Commissioners, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we're very excited.
Yes, thank you.
All right, yeah, you know, so those
And we hope to see you all there at some point in the future.
Namaste.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for
Good luck.
Thank you for your patience. And
Thank
you. Okay, so now we get into item J3, which is the big meat and potatoes of the day, which is going to probably put us past midnight. Is my it's my projection. I think we'll probably take a break at 10 o'clock, just like a maybe 5-minute get up and do jumping jacks and stretch and all that good stuff. Get a drink of something.
Maybe some yoga.
I was just going to say some yoga. You stole my line. You're quicker on the unmute.
Sorry.
Glass of whiskey or whatever, you know, you need to get through the rest of the night. Not that I'm condoning them. So I think that's kind of the plan. So let's go ahead and start. And I see that Veronica Tam is here. So welcome. Thank you. I know you'll be helping us tremendously through this very huge agenda item that we have. So this is for item J3, which is the public hearing for consideration of the City of Redondo Beach 6th cycle 2021-2029 draft housing element of the general plan and certification of the Associated California Environmental Quality Act CEQA document initial study negative declaration. Would we start with a presentation from staff before we open the public hearing?
I think you'd want to open the public hearing.
Okay, all right.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, Commissioner Ong, and a second from?
Second. Commissioner Hensley.
Commissioner Hensley. So all in favor, Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Boswell,
Yes.
Gaddis? Commissioner Gaddis?
He may have frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll go back to him. Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Ong?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis? Are you unfrozen?
Yes.
Oh, good, unfrozen.
Bandwidth problems over here, sorry.
No worries, and myself, yes. So we have opened up the public hearing, and now we're ready to hear a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Today we'll have Sean Scully, our planning manager, will do the presentation along with Veronica Tam, our housing consultant. It's a lot of information, and I know that you got to see some of the preview conversation about land uses. This is implementing the direction that the City Council chose to go. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Sean Scully.
All right. Thank you, Brandy, and Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. And we've got a slide deck. It's not too huge. We're going to try to hit the highlights. And then where we're going to spend most of the time in the presentation is really the comments we've received, particularly from HCD and the plan in the housing element for addressing the HCD comments that we've received. And that's where Veronica is going to take over and guide the discussion. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Start the slideshow in a second here. I just got to get to the slideshow prompt. Hold on just a second here. Okay, are you able to see that now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the item before you tonight is our sixth cycle housing element, draft housing element. And this first slide is really a run through. It's, what is a housing element? And essentially this is a breakdown of our housing element. First of all, it's one of 7 mandated elements of the general plan. And the contents of it for this cycle is an introduction. We've got where we have a lot of community context, the role of the housing element, summary of public participation. Then we have housing needs and resources, and that provides an assessment of our current and future housing needs. And that section also includes a lot of very current demographic information, fresh off the 2020 census, population, household, special needs group, housing stock. The next section is constraints on housing production. And that identifies constraints, governmental and non-governmental. So non-governmental are things like soil conditions, slopes, things like that. Governmental constraints are regulations. And then the next section, housing resources. And this is the section that's been getting a lot of attention, obviously, that within the housing resources section are the identified housing sites that accommodate the city's marina. And again, just to stress this point, these housing sites that can accommodate RENA are not an obligation to construct housing. The next section of our housing element is the housing plan, and that provides the comprehensive strategy that establishes the goals and policies and the programs. And particularly, it includes all the programs that must include timelines and specific actions to implement. And then, of course, the last bullet item, the housing element must be reviewed by State Department of Housing and Community Development for compliance with state laws. So kind of the picture of our current housing element. The current cycle we're in is the 5th cycle. Our current housing element is from the period 2013 to 2021. And just a little background that has some relevance in terms of our deadlines and timelines. So the city adopted its current fifth cycle back on March 18th, 2014, which was after the statutory deadline. As a result of that, we're required to we got moved to 4-year cycles, having to update the housing element every 4 years. And in order to move to an 8-year cycle, we need to adopt on time 2 4-year housing cycles or housing elements. And so I think there were a few of the commissioners on the Planning Commission back in 2017 when we did our first update, the 2017 technical midterm update, which was required to be adopted by October 15th. And we actually adopted that on time on September 19th, 2017. Then again, in order to be eligible to return to an 8-year update, we have to adopt this 6th cycle housing element on time as well, which would be prior to on or before October 15th, 2021. So kind of, recent steps we've taken, as you're all probably well aware, we've been talking about housing quite a bit over the last 4 years in the city. It's one of the dominating topics of a lot of the meetings that we have with respect to land use. So in 2017 through 2020, our GPAC had been meeting and has met to date 22 times. And the focus of many of those meetings was on housing, where and what densities. And the last GPAC meeting number 22 on December 3rd, 2020, focused entirely on housing sites that could accommodate RENA. It was the first iteration of the draft land plan, came from GPAC. November 17th, 2018, it was a little before that, but it was a community workshop we had, and it was our first community workshop resulting from GPAC meetings, and it was about land use primarily and where to put all the different land uses, but particularly residential and what densities. Earlier this year, January 12, 2021, the City Council held a inclusionary housing meeting. Brandy ran that meeting along with Veronica and another consultant. April 7th of this year, we had our community workshop. That was the kickoff of the GPAC's draft land plan to the community. And then as part of that, we had a land use plan survey that had nearly 350 comments received. Then April 15th, the Planning Commission had its meeting on the draft land plan, and there are a number of recommendations for additional residential overlay sites provided to the City Council for their consideration. Then after that meeting, the City Council had 5 meetings where they considered at length all the housing sites and in order to accommodate the RENA. So after we couldn't complete the draft of the housing element until we were able to identify in the draft land plan the housing sites. So once that got completed, then we were able to Veronica was able to complete the housing element, and then we opened it up for comments. And we've received to date 31 public comments, letters, and emails have been received. We were able to provide 26 of those with the Planning Commission package. And then we had some additional items that were added as blue folder items, additional comment letters as blue folder items just before the meeting. Of note, the commenters included HCD, of course, and Caltrans commented on our initial study and negative declaration. And then we had a number of comments from the general public, housing advocacy groups, and various residents and property owners in the city. So we, as included in the blue folder items, was a table that summarizes all the comments we've received to date, or almost all of them. And staff is still crafting replies to the comments we've received. So we have some work to do on that. We anticipate completing that effort prior to the council meeting on October 5th. Next step, we'll provide comments, and then we'll be reaching out and it'll be made available to the public and the commenters what our responses are. So at this stage, I'll go ahead and bring Veronica into the conversation to the next couple of slides, summarize the HCD comments we received, and then the responses that we're forming and the edits that we're doing to the actual housing element document. So with that, Veronica, and I can run the slides.
Sure. HCD has 60 days to look at the housing element. Within the first 30 days, they reached out to us and gave us some preliminary comments. And most of those comments are expanding questions, clarifications. Those changes, those edits are reflected in the document you receive as track changes in, I think, red. And then on September 2nd, we received the formal letter from HCD, which has some additional, well, not additional comments. They're the same comments to some extent, but they wanted more clarifications. And those are highlighted in yellow and I think provided to the Planning Commission in the blue folder. So the next few slides that I'm going to go over are the responses to the September 2nd letter, which is the official letter from the state, and the changes that we have made since that letter. The first couple of comments relates to affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis. They wanted us to provide more local context about like the historical background on why the city would have some concentration of housing low and moderate income persons or minority population. So we provided, the city staff provided some explanation about the historical zoning issues and housing development trends in the city. The other thing that they wanted us to do is to conclude how the site inventory would help when providing access to opportunities, and essentially by providing new housing opportunities and having an inclusionary housing ordinance, which the city is working on, and the city council will be receiving a report next week. By having inclusionary, it helps to disperse affordable housing throughout the community. The third comment that relates to adequate sites, this is really just an administrative comment that they wanted to remind the city that we have to submit the site inventory in electronic format. Your site information, the site inventory is already in that format. We just need to submit it along with the adopted housing element. So this is just a reminder. The next two comments relates to the adequate sites. Both the residential overlay, we provided additional information to the state, and they were fine with the other two residential overlays, the Kingsdale North and also the south of Transit area. But they do have questions about the North Tech District and also the 190th Street overlay. Regarding the North Tech, the main issue is there are some, this is a non-vacant site. How is the city going to actually redevelop this area? So what we have added in the housing element is through zoning implementation that the city will be developing over the next three years, is that we will be allowing or facilitating different scenarios of redevelopment. A lot of the strip malls or shopping centers today are redeveloping without tearing down existing uses or removing existing uses. And so that is going to be one of the potential scenarios of how that can be developed. Also, the city staff has started to contact property owners and to engage them in some of the discussions as well. Relating to the 190th Street, the concern is that those sites are fairly small, and because they don't meet the 0.5 of an acre requirements for facilitating lower income housing. There was 10 parcels right there. However, those 10 parcels only you only need to actually consolidate 2 parcels and they would all meet. They're small, but they're not that small. So most of them would require only consolidating with the neighbor to become an adequately sized property. But they are contiguous, like it's just a block. So there's a lot of potential in terms of consolidating into a larger development project. So we added the discussion about that. And also in terms of the pattern of ownership, 3 parcels are actually owned by 1 single owner. So that also provides more justification for potential lot consolidation. And this, again, the staff has already started some engagement with the property owners about potential in that area. So next slide. And housing programs, regarding the next comments related to housing programs, adequate sites. Because they have questions about the adequate sites, because North Tech and the 190th Street residential overlay, they want to make sure that we clarify that we do have, with the rezoning, we do have enough site capacity to meet our regional housing needs allocation. And 2, they wanted the program language to be specifically reflecting the statutory requirements. So we have revised program 8 to basically mirror the statutory requirements in the program. Housing program number 2, preservation of affordable housing, that's the next comment. That's a fairly simple comment. The Seasons Senior Apartments has a 30-year covenant. I think it was just a local city covenant, and it's expiring in 2025. And so this is one that is considered to be most at risk of converting to market rate. And so HCD wanted the city to more proactively reach out to the property owner to engage them in terms of understanding their intent. And so we have revised the program to commit to proactive contact with the property owner and also educate them about their obligations under the law, what procedures that they would have to take, and notifications that they have to conduct in order to if they do eventually want to convert to market rate housing. Next slide is on housing program number 12, accessibility, accessory dwelling units. Under state law, the city is required to facilitate the development of ADUs and particularly affordable ADUs. So this program, HCD's comment, wants the city to actually, again, try to provide more incentives and tools to facilitate the development of ADUs. So we have, again, expanded program number 2 to include a commitment to develop tools and incentives in the future to facilitate that. Program number 13, amending zoning code ordinances. This one has a lot of zoning code amendments that the city would have to make because of a lot of changes to state law about special needs housing. But one of the key comments from HCD is that they're concerned about parking requirements, and our response to that is that and in particularly, they want to make sure that multifamily development as well. So our response to them is through the general plan. Once the general plan is adopted, when the city is working on zoning implementation, then you will actually have to comprehensively look at your parking requirements to implement the different land uses in your city. So that is how the housing element is revised to explain that process. Next program, program 14, objective design standards. That is also state laws to have objective design standards. HDD's comments essentially is to make sure that you, for the four residential overlay districts, that you have objective design standards to for your evaluation of future. We have expanded the program to commit to providing that, and also the staff is looking at what's the work plan for the general plan update, and then try to probably have a more firm date or schedule for that effort, so we can be updated into the housing element. Program number 15 is the monitoring of Measure DD, and we all, we recognize that the city has to go through a voter's approval process of the general plan in order to have a valid general plan, including the housing element. Now, in the event that that did not get passed, HCD wants the city to recognize, openly acknowledge that you will need some other effort. We're not defining what that effort is, but to acknowledge that the city will have to take additional actions to retain or maintain your housing element compliance status. And so this is just a statement recognizing that in the housing element. Next slide. Fair housing program that's relating to the AFFH analysis. Program number 15, we have a lot of actions in the housing element that promotes and further fair housing in the community. HCD wanted to have more specificity in terms of outcome and also schedule. So we expanded the program to include that type of information in the housing element. I think that's it with all the comments. Oh, one last comment. Public participation. The city needs to proactively reach out to the public, and certainly including addressing comments in the that we received in the housing element. So right now the staff is compiling the comments, responding to that, and the staff is also beginning to engage property owners and also like commenters to have a dialogue. And so I think this is public participation, and especially with the implementation of the housing element, public participation will continue to be a very important aspect of the implementation. So I think that is it. Yeah.
Does that wrap up our HCD comments, Veronica?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so, and don't go far, Veronica, obviously. I'm sure we'll get a little bit more into some of the HCD stuff as we go on. We actually also, when we get to the recommendation, Veronica had identified a finding that was missing. So when we get to that point, I'm going to switch screens and pull up an additional finding just to provide that to the Planning Commission before they start to deliberate. So next steps here, and again, what's driving this for the city is the opportunity to get back on that 8-year, an 8-year cycle. And in order to do that, we've got to adopt the housing element by October 15th. So the October 5th, 2021 City Council public hearing would be when the council will consider the adoption of the draft housing element. We know, because we're still in the back and forth with HCD right now. So we're going to be, they'll be submitted the adopted, or we'll be submitting the adopted document to them. It's already gone through a few iterations. We expect there to be some more. So we're anticipating that a revised document will come back to this body at some point around the end of the year is what we're shooting for. So again, the The next step is the city council on October 5th. October 15th is the deadline that we have to adopt before in order to go to 8-year. And then, as this says, in fall 2021, we'll continue to revise the element. We'll be engaging property owners, element commenters, the housing development community, particularly HCD. And then when we're at that point where we're conditionally approved, let's say, by HCD, we'll be coming back to this body and the city council with the revisions that have been made to the adopted housing element. So before we get on to the recommendation slide, we do need to make a few statements about the environmental. That has to be considered by the Planning Commission before you take action on the housing element. And it's important to stress that this document is a policy document and that there'll be no changes in land use designations or zoning amendments associated with the housing element. That will come later after the general plan or with the land use element update of the general plan. So with environmentally speaking, it's kind of interesting. Every other housing element that we've ever done, we've exempted. And the reason we have is because none of the prior housing element cycles have required the city to actually change zoning. We've been able to accommodate our RENA in prior cycles with the existing zoning we have. So we were able to exempt the housing element updates from CEQA. This time, we're not, we still could because it's a policy document, but because of the recommendations and the nature of the changes, the city decided we need to do an initial study and start to analyze the potential environmental impacts. We did that, and the initial study was included with your package, and it determined that there were no impacts, no environmental impacts, and that and as a result, we're proposing a negative declaration. We advertised this notice of intent to adopt the initial study and negative declaration. And there was a comment period from August 5th to September 3rd. We received 2 comments on the environmental document, one from Caltrans, the other from a resident of the city, Mark Nelson. And they've been responded to, and they're included with the initial study and incorporated as an attachment to the initial study. So with that, the staff recommends that the Planning Commission, well, open the public hearing. You've already done that. Receive and file all documents and correspondence on the 6th cycle draft housing element. Accept all public testimony. Close the public hearing. Review, discuss, and reach consensus on any recommended edits. And then approve the following resolution by title only and waive further reading. And that is, the title is a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach, California, recommending that the City Council adopt the city's 6th cycle 2021 through 2029 draft housing element of the general plan and associated California Environmental Quality Act documentation, initial study and negative declaration. And at the point of that, or we could introduce it now, but we do have an amendment, as I alluded to earlier, to the resolution. It has to do with a particular finding, and I'll have Veronica explain it. And we've added it to the resolution, and I can bring that up in a minute, or whatever the wishes of the commission would be. But Veronica, could you explain that finding? You're on mute.
Okay. Are you bringing that up on the slide?
Yeah. Let me go ahead. I'll have to stop sharing here and find that. Take me just a minute here. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay. Let me start sharing here. Okay.
Okay. AB 1397, which really changed the way we look at site inventory in the housing element, is very restrictive. One of the requirements of AB 1397 is that if you fulfill more than half of your lower income RENA on sites that are non-vacant, then the adoption of the with the adoption of the housing element, you have to include a finding that based on objective criteria, substantial evidence that the existing uses are not going to impede the future developments of the sites into housing. So the way we crafted it is primarily based on what the state law is written, and then we have also, so it says, you know, that based on existing underutilization, floor area ratio, building conditions, improvement valuation, and COVID impacted uses, and current development trends, along with other objective information, existing uses in the site inventory identified to accommodate this lower income RENA are likely to be discontinued or redeveloped with housing during the planning period, and therefore does not constitute an impediment to additional residential development during the planning period covered by the housing element. So particularly the latter part of this finding is straight from the state law. The beginning part is the factors that we used in analyzing the sites in existing uses on your sites and potential for redevelopment. So this is the finding that we need to add to the resolution.
So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions.
Okay, I think we need to open the public hearing at this. So I'd like a motion to open the public hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
I think it's already been open.
It's already open.
Been open, but we do.
No.
But we need to do the oath, administer the oath.
Yeah, no, I know we need to do the oath, but I thought we closed the public hearing on item J2, so now we had to reopen it.
No, this is open. You open the public hearing before Sean did his presentation.
I don't remember. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so then we'll do the oath then. So who will be speaking to us today?
So we'll have 3 speakers. It'll be Sheila Lamb, Gregory McGinnity, and Holly Osborne. So let me,
Okay, I see 2 of them here.
yeah.
So the third one is not here at present, or they're okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So if everyone can just unmute, and then the chair will give an oath for each.
Okay, so this is to Dr. Osborne, Ms. Lamb, and Ginity. Do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Dr. Osborne?
I do.
Mrs. Lamb?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnity?
McGinnity, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that.
Okay. So Holly, go ahead.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so well, let me start my 3-minute timer. Okay. I gave some remarks in the beginning about a heat issue and a revision to SB 9 that would allow us to sort of challenge anything that they told us to do if it would have a negative effect on our health and safety and so forth. And I said, we need to invoke that, and especially in regard to the setbacks, because the setbacks are what make the community look uniform. You even mentioned that in your housing element, that neighboring houses are supposed to have the same setbacks and stuff. And that's what I was really meaning when I said I wanted to keep the spaces green. I don't want all of a sudden everybody to be paving their front lawns with cement and increasing the temperature, okay? So now I'll get started. This is the third part I call Senate lies and videotape, and is the part that infuriates me the most about SB 9. And I mailed you, anybody had an address, I mailed you this. SB 9 does not let cities enforce guidelines, even though legislators tell you it does. Every hearing to which I listened, these are the committee hearings or the floor hearings, someone on the committee asks if adding houses on the half lots or building duplexes will enable the neighborhoods to have the same look and feel and keep their design guidelines. The speaker dutifully says yes every time. However, what the speaker does not say is that if a city in fact cannot keep its setback guidelines, if their guidelines prevent building 2 units each of 800 square foot on each split. The speaker never mentions the caveat. And that caveat really affects cities with small lots like Redondo. We've got lots as small as 2,500 square feet that could be split. And so, I lost my place. Okay. So I put down in what I sent, I put the exact wording of the code in SB 9 about keep your guidelines, and then the caveat says, no, you can't. And that no, you can't part doesn't affect people who've got half-acre lots or even 10,000 square foot lots. We don't have any of those, we might have 1 or 2 10,000 square foot lots, but basically we are be impacted by this. And so that's why I should have also called this section press lies and videotape, because the Daily Breeze printed editorials where they say the bill ensures that a new home must fit within the existing neighborhood, and any development to property must conform with the look and feel of the current homes. Local ordinances related to safety.
Holly, that's 3 minutes.
Can we have a motion? Would like
Motion to extend 3 minutes.
Okay, so, Commissioner Hensley has a motion, a second from?
Second.
From Commissioner Boswell. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Okay, Holly, you have another minute.
green light.
All right, okay. Everybody believed the lies in the Senate, and the columnists repeated them. That's what infuriates me. I would like to do the same thing to them as what Chantel said she wanted to do with that designer. Now, I sent you all the pictures. These are the here's the pictures lies that they print. The first one, the big one, if you've got it sent, bring it up on your screen. The Daily Breeze printed this, so did others. That's a nice duplex. Oh, isn't it spacious? Oh, isn't it beautiful? Oh, isn't it 11,000 square feet? Like that in Redondo, but that's what the people were voting on. Oh, duplexes are beautiful. Okay, let me show you the next picture down. This is my last one, so you didn't really extend me that much. This is Redondo, okay? Do you see any way that these lots can be split? Do you see any way that we can keep our green space? This is gonna be hotter than Hades and denser than whatever. And it'll be, if it floods, it'll be like when they showed on TV, all the floods going in New York, and they said, this is what happens when you rain on concrete. Okay, now I got excited, but I want to know if you guys even knew about that extra provision allowing you to block implementation of this stuff. I'm done. Did I make my extra minute?
Yes, just barely.
Thank you, Holly. We always appreciate the level of detail and care that you put, and I believe we all received your email, which is very well researched, and thank you for that.
Okay, Gregory, go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, for the time this evening. My name is Gregory McGinnity. My family and I have been residents of Redondo Beach for more than 15 years. I come before you today to urge your rejection of the 2021-2029 housing element. The city of Redondo Beach now and for the foreseeable future is not in a position to adopt any strategic housing plan that calls for additional housing due to the severe lack of water to service any new housing development in our city. In my written comments that you have before you, I've outlined the evidence for my case. It is clear that most scientific models, including those recently released by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, show that more severe droughts are in our future in California. The National Drought Monitor, which is a partnership that includes both the United States Department of Agriculture and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, indicates that most of the state of California is currently in a state of either extreme drought or worse, exceptional drought, the worst drought stage. Dr. Richard Seeger, a climate scientist at the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory at Columbia University, has stated that as it relates to California, quote, using the term mega drought is justifiable because it stacks up in terms of the severity and the length of the ones we've been inferred from, tree rings dating back to the medieval period. Instead, I would urge this commission to return the plan for more consideration and adopt a plan similar to the one found for the city of Cambria, where additional housing is prohibited until new sources of water are identified. In addition to my written comments, I would like to make a couple of additional observations for your consideration. At the September 7th, 2021 Redondo Beach City Council meeting, Mr. Robert Thompson from Cal Water, and Cal Water, as you know, is the agency that provides water service to the city of Redondo Beach, gave a presentation concerning the current drought conditions. He outlined the need for additional water conservation efforts. Mr. Thompson noted that the state of California is facing, quote, one of its worst droughts, end quote. He noted that on July 8th, Governor Newsom issued an executive order that calls for the voluntary 15% reduction in water usage. The governor has already said that another dry winter could lead him to impose mandatory water reductions. Mayor Brand certainly believes this to be the case. He noted correctly, I believe, that, quote, the reality is that we're going into rationing. I don't think there's any question, end quote. The mayor later noted in the meeting, quote, I want to warn the public, you're not going to be able to wash your car. You're not going to be able to water on certain days, and you're going to have mandatory rationing. I think it is safe to say, given that Lake Mead is at its lowest level since it was first filled in 1937. He continued that, quote, we're in a bad way, end quote, as it relates to water. What was interesting is that Mr. Thompson at Cal Water did not reject or object to any of the observations made by our mayor. He couldn't because I think he knows the mayor is correct. The person responsible for providing our city with water knows that rationing is coming.
We need to extend your time, I believe. Someone want to make a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Extended motion by Commissioner Gaddis with a second from Boswell. All in favor?
Aye.
You opposed? Okay, go forward.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm only got a couple more paragraphs, so I apologize for going over. In addition to the observations made by the mayor and other members of the city council, they pointed out the unfairness that will inevitably fall on many residents of Redondo Beach who live in townhouses. Just as in previous droughts, water rationing is based on historic usage. If you actually worked hard to save water and don't use that much, say 300 gallons per day, you will face the same percentage cuts as those who use a lot more water, say 700 gallons per day due to large lawns or other vegetation, plus maybe a pool if you live in Palos Verdes. Those using more water will get access to more water per capita than a family in a townhome in Redondo Beach. I raise this point to emphasize that this planning commission should not adopt this housing plan. Additional new housing will require more water rationing in the future by current residents, and our residents will be disproportionately hurt by future water rationing. The bottom line is when you look at the scientific evidence, it is clear we do not have enough water to support any new housing development in Redondo Beach without inflicting significant damage on current residents. I believe your focus should be on a plan to be adopted that will protect current residents of our city from injury. I respectfully urge your rejection of this plan. Thank you for your consideration and the extension of time.
Thank you for bringing all these items to the commission. It's very much appreciated. Ms. Lamb, I believe you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. Sheila Lamb, District 4, 25-year resident of Redondo Beach. The most recent iteration of the housing element, which was in the packet this evening, includes important changes that have addressed my initial concerns that were listed in my written comments. The positive aspects are that the recent document increases its elaboration of Redondo Beach efforts to address homelessness. There's a new emphasis on the actions that Redondo Beach has already taken to provide affordable housing in our community, as well as action items for the future. And the overall tone of the document has improved. The initial document portrayed Redondo residents as uncaring and unconcerned about the challenges of housing all economic segments of our community. This new tone is an important improvement. But here are the challenges. Table H22, titled Housing Unit Type. Other cities, such as Hermosa Beach, use, in replacing the one we currently have, they use a bar chart comparing their housing unit types with those of the SCAG region. This is a better comparison that helps to explain how similar or different Redondo Beach housing types are from the broader regional community. For example, single-family detached housing accounts for 54% of all housing in the SCAG region, but in Redondo only has 40% single-family housing, detached housing. This is important information for both Redondo Beach residents and HCD. And this type of bar chart should replace the current one. Second, governmental constraints to housing production. Quote, this is a quote from the document. Redondo Beach residents have become increasingly concerned over the impacts of new housing on neighborhood character, etc. Consequently, land use controls related to housing and residential development have been strengthened over the years. This, I believe, refers to Measure DD, which is explained clearly at the end of this document or elsewhere in the document. This statement is overly broad and unnecessarily prejudicial against the residents. Is it necessary and could it be deleted? I would urge you to edit this out. Finally, in regards to the AES power plant, which some residents and property owners believe should be include additional housing, my understanding is that it may be considered as for a desalinization plant. With our ongoing drought, this may ultimately be the best use for the AES power plant site, a use for the property that would benefit all members of the public. We need to think broadly, 2040, 2050. If we're in an ongoing drought, this would be the best use of instead of housing. Let's see.
That was
it. Okay.
That was even. But did you want to see? Did you want more time, or if?
No, I'm
Motion
fine.
to extend.
Oh. Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Gaddis and a second from Commissioner Berg. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, green light, go.
Okay, so the sites inventory, the public will benefit from the inclusion of a 2021 complete map of existing housing units in Redondo Beach. The last map of this kind was made in 2005. The map reflects the actual up-to-date units by zone categories. I respectfully request that this information be included in any supportive documents submitted to you and the council when reviewing the housing element. And I have a few comments about the senior housing and RCFEs. I think, Lena, you know about that comment that I've made. Just be sure to be consistent with the municipal code. RCFEs are allowed in most zones in the city per the municipal code, but this document, the housing element document, actually restricts RCFEs to only the PCF zone. And that's a constraint that I think is not backed up by evidence in the municipal code. And I will conclude with that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and thank you all for your efforts on behalf of Redondo Beach residents.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's always great to hear from the public, and we have a lot of comments on this. I'm very glad to see the community really pull itself together to engage in the civic process.
And then we do have one e-comment.
Okay, so
that was it for the speakers, but we do have one e-comment. So I'll go ahead and read that. And then I believe that'll conclude the public comments. And so it's from Elisa Beely. Dear Planning Commission, I'm writing to voice my concerns with the sixth cycle housing element and urge you to reject it. The housing element places nearly all of the required units in 90278, which is blatantly unfair to the residents of North Redondo. A better, more equitable plan would distribute the units throughout the entire city, including 90277. My concerns include, number one, the plan places nearly all of the new units on the edges of the city, areas that are highly trafficked and bordering surrounding cities such as Lawndale and Torrance, which of course have their own housing requirements. This will not solve our housing problem, it will exacerbate it. Number two, all of the overlay zonings, North Tech, Industrial Flex, North Kingsdale, and 190th are adjacent to less affluent areas of the city, all in North Redondo. By contrast, the plan does not provide increased housing in the more affluent beach-adjacent communities of the South. My understanding is that state law prohibits the concentration of low-income housing in one location. How can the housing element plan be considered in its current state? Number three, North Tech is estimated to accommodate 28%, 685, of the required units on its own. Do the current property owners plan on relocating? Also, this location is within 250 meters of the 405, which would pose serious health impacts on residents, not to mention a roughly 45-minute commute to high school. Number four, although the Planning Commission originally voted 5-2 to recommend 50% of the power plant site zoned at 30 dwelling units per acre, City Council rejected that idea. City Council also ignored the hundreds of public emails and statements asking to consider alternative sites within 90277, including the power plant site with its adjacency to parks, the beach, and high school. Number five, Redondo Beach completed 40% of its fifth cycle RENA. Given the issues of the sixth cycle plan, it's difficult to imagine how Redondo Beach will meet its requirement of 2,490 units in its current state. Thank you for listening to my concerns. Please work toward a more equitable distribution of the housing units throughout the entire city of Redondo Beach. Sincerely, Elisa Beely.
okay, thank you. And then of course we have all the comments in the blue folder items. Okay, well, let's have a discussion on this. Okay, Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you, Chair Topper. I guess I have a few questions for staff. What exactly are we being asked to do tonight? On our environmental front, we're asked to make some finding and adopt a resolution about the initial study and the negative declaration. And then what else are we asked to do tonight?
You're on mute.
Yes, you're being asked to make a recommendation to the City Council to adopt the housing element, the draft sixth cycle housing element.
Okay. It seems like when we talked about this before and we made some recommendations to the Planning Commission with different levels of agreement, even on the Planning Commission, the city they considered them, but they kind of went with their own plan and did their own thing. So it seems like we're just giving them back what they've already decided and chosen. So what are we to input?
This is actually an official document, an official planning document. Previously, yes, they were considering recommendations on land use. They were taking into consideration the Planning Commission, the GPAC, the community. But with this, it's a recommendation of the element, the particular element. It's, it falls in the realm of the Planning Commission to make that recommendation. You could certainly, if you wanted to, make that motion with the city council to consider the issue of, for example, water resources. It's still making that recommendation for them to consider adopting the housing element so that we're in compliance with the state regulations, but yet still addressing maybe some of the issues that you might be concerned about.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's my comment. Thank you, I understand.
Commissioner Gaddis.
Yeah, can someone sort of go over the negative declaration? What precisely is that? Which document is that? And someone explain exactly what it does and what it says.
Okay. So do we have, Lena, do you have that, can you pull up the initial, the initial study? Do you have that? That was the attachment in your package. And basically the negative declaration is a declarational statement after the, that essentially confirms the no impact determinations of the initial study. So the initial study has multiple issue areas that it analyzes from an environmental perspective. And though all of those have been determined to have no impact, and as a result of that determination, a negative declaration is made declaring that. So that's essentially what the...
So this is a CEQA document.
It's
saying,
a CEQA document. Correct.
We have established that this is not going to have negative environmental impacts, et cetera.
Correct.
Right. There in CEQA, there are various different things. You can find that it's a CEQA exemption, which we had done previously. With this, we wanted to kind of belt and suspenders and do that initial study, and then that determined that there's a negative declaration. Another outcome of an initial study might be a mitigated negative declaration where there might be an impact that can be mitigated. And then the final is an environmental impact report, which we will have with the general plan update with the land use element.
Okay. Next thing I'd like to ask about, if we could go to page 180 of the housing element. Well, actually, it's page 35 of the element, page 180 of the package. Does that make any sense? Within J3. So it's actually the housing element, page 35. We have on there under A, governmental constraints, a sentence there. Okay, it actually hold on a second, it did full screen on me when you changed that. Now I can't read my own document. Okay, hang on. I don't know why it does that in Zoom. So page 35, it's not a table, but anyway, I'll read it to you. It's under A, government constraints, 2.2.3, constraints on housing production. Under government constraints, it has a sentence, Redondo Beach residents, however, have become increasingly concerned over the impacts of new housing on neighborhood character, public services, and infrastructure. Consequently, land use controls related to housing and residential development have been strengthened over recent years. That statement strikes me as very subjective and judgmental, and I'm wondering how that furthers our argument to get our housing element approved by HCD. who wrote that? Brandy, who wrote that sentence and put it into this document?
I'm going to turn it over to Veronica and Sean on that.
Yeah.
Sean, who wrote that sentence and put that in there?
Let me do this. Sean probably.
Sure.
This is this housing element was primarily built upon your 2017, and so it didn't substantially change this introductory paragraph. And so I do apologize if you feel it was requested to be put in there last time, and so I right
last time being 2017.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to request we take it out.
Yes, totally.
And by who? But who requested this?
I would not be able to recall that, but I specifically recollect that it was written in a specific way for that for a reason. But it doesn't need to be there, and I agree with the previous public speaker. It doesn't need to be here, so we can strike it.
Okay, good. If we could take an eye, because there are little things like that pop up here and there within the document that if you look at it through the lens of we're trying to further our argument to HCD and get our housing element done and get our RENA plan approved, I'm not sure why sentences that are like that, which are sprinkled around the document, and I have some more examples for you. I don't see how that's going to do us any good, right? And it is subjective in a lot of ways. They're kind of not true because we are making a lot of efforts to do what we're supposed to be doing in terms of, furthering housing and affordable housing and things like that. So I could raise the objection and say, well, that's just patently false. And I'm just as right as the person who wrote that. And that's a debate that we don't need to have on an HCD document. Anyway, so I'm going to take you to another on the blue folder items that were distributed tonight. We have, it says page D-3. It's under integration B, section B, integration and segregation, number 1, race and ethnicity. Okay. So we go down that thing. This is newly added. I have the old copy open and then the copy distributed tonight. We have a new section added to that. And it has the old language under there. So basically this is a section talking for the folks at home. This is a section that's talking about the racial makeup of the city, and 60% of Redondo Beach population are non-Hispanic whites, compared to 65% in 2010, et cetera, and has the breakup of the breakdown of the racial element of it. And it says, then the section that was in the original document sent to us said, Redondo Beach's proximity to the coast/beach and more recent new/developments with much higher land values result in different conditions than in Lawndale and Torrance. Additionally, with respect to donating the upzoning from R1 of North Redondo area to R2 and R3 turnover development of property, and therefore contribute to higher land values. So it sort of sounds like an excuse on this race and ethnicity thing. But the whole section below that, and I have very poor bandwidth, so I'm probably not coming through very well, but it says here.
Can you reference the page, Commissioner Gaddis?
Page number says D-3, but it is the 15th page of the 22-page document that we were sent as a blue folder item tonight. Can you guys find that?
The one with the revisions.
It's the blue folder item, J3 revised draft HE pages.
Right.
And then it's, you're right, it's the 15th page of that PDF document, but it's marked as page D3.
Right, at the bottom.
And it's highlighted what was the additional language.
Right. So exactly right. So you can see where it's highlighted in yellow on what we're looking at on screen, it starts talking about Measure DD as if it is a race and ethnicity issue. And that's a really, I believe, a very bad way of presenting an Measure DD was put in place as a reaction to the high density development along the coastline, like the seascape and the Esplanade, where they started building skyscrapers and things, and it was never put up for a public vote. None of that is affordable housing. That's all very expensive. It has nothing to do with racial issues. And yet here's Measure DD being presented as a racial issue. And it has nothing to do with that. And I don't think it helps us to present something like this. Oh, the voters created this thing and it's causing us to have segregated housing. That's what this is saying. And so I think this is not a good change to this document. And it isn't even true. Measure DD doesn't have anything to do with racial segregation. And yet it's right here in the race and ethnicity, talking about the ethnic breakdown of the city, et cetera, et cetera. It just doesn't belong here.
Veronica, can you speak to that? Because the whole affirmatively furthering fair housing is puts the whole city in the context of race and ethnicity and other segregation.
We have one comment in also talking about the LBGT community hasn't even was not even addressed. So there's many flaws.
Essentially, one of the comments from ACD about the AFFH is that it wanted us to explain why there's concentration of race and ethnicity, just like you mentioned. Part of that problem is the high density housing usually is considered to be potentially low, more affordable, or could be affordable. Or the other way to look at it, affordable housing most likely would be developed as high density housing. Because of Measure DD, that makes it very difficult to change the land use, particularly for multifamily housing. Therefore, there is well, how should I say it? That because of the limitation on multifamily housing and changing in density, therefore, groups that probably have limited choices in terms of where they can go.
Measure DD, can you bring up a single example of Measure DD inhibiting affordable housing? Measure DD has only been used in reaction to coastal housing that were all going to be, $1 million condos and things like that. That's where Measure DD, that's where the origin of it, and that's what it's used for. And that is, converting basically beachfront property into $1 million condos. What does that have to do with affordable housing?
Why don't we do this? We can certainly take a look at this and rework this language before we go to the city council.
Yeah, well, to HCD, this is going to look like the city is conspiring to keep from having, a more diverse racial makeup by virtue of putting in a ballot measure. And that it isn't true. So it's not a good characterization.
Thank you for that comment. We definitely need that background on Measure DD. So we'll take a look at this one and work with staff to craft a different language for that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arm?
Yeah, thank you. And I know a lot of effort has been put into this document. So appreciate those efforts. But, again, it's got, because there are so many different viewpoints, on this topic, it's hard to reach a consensus. But I just, I have a few questions, but since we're on this particular topic, I thought I'd bring up this particular question because, we part of the AFFH is not only, to come up with our 2,500, but also to provide some substantiation why it doesn't promote segregation. So I was just kind of curious because when you read the words on here, and I'm assuming that part of it is true because we start talking about comparing Redondo to Lawndale and Torrance, which would be on the north part of the city, where we talk about higher ratios of minorities. And I was kind of curious when we selected the particular areas for the low and very low income housing, whether we can rationalize that by putting it there, we aren't making the segregation as defined by HCD worse than by other alternatives. And I was just kind of curious. It's one thing to check the box and say, here's our 2,500, but it needs to meet certain criteria. And I thought one of them was to make sure that there's an equity with, I think they call it high resource areas, that low and very low should be considered in those areas. Thoughts on the selection that was made of the for the 2480 with racial, at least for the racial aspect of it.
I can address the, a little bit. I can't necessarily, there wasn't the conversation of, well, racially, this is why we're choosing locations, but rather, there were various different discussion items. Initially when it got to city council, we were only looking at 2 sites. So here it's spread that out. I think even the GPAC had made the recommendation to look at the 190th sites. Understandable that there were additional sites recommended by the community and the planning commission, but the city council really deliberated. They had 5 meetings, probably at least 20 hours of meetings just discussing this item. That being said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Veronica, the entire community has high resource areas. So right. There wouldn't be any location in Redondo Beach where those resources wouldn't be available and we're locating that there. As a matter of fact, the locations where there might be a little bit more of that density and the sites have the various types of resources that the affirmatively furthering fair housing, easy to say, recommends. So, and if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, Veronica.
Sure. Brian is correct. The entire city is considered high resource. You do not have a low resource census tract. So, but I think that we call it low income housing. It's not low income housing. You're not building that many low income housing. You are zoning at a higher density so that it's possible, it's more feasible to develop low income housing. However, low income housing doesn't just happen. The market doesn't provide for it. So you either would have a nonprofit developer to come in and do that, and they are free to choose whichever location that is available for high density housing. Most likely is going to happen either north or south of Redondo Beach. What you're going to see most effective in terms of providing affordable housing in your community is potentially the inclusionary housing ordinance. And with that, it really, and the city council has given pretty good direction, strong direction that they want on-site affordable housing. And so that means in the future, when you build throughout the city, you will hopefully, with the adoption of the inclusionary ordinance, you will get a percentage of affordable housing. That's how the city or any city achieves affordable housing, not by just zoning it. Zoning it is just to make it financially more feasible. It doesn't mean that we're going to get that many low-income housing in North Redondo.
Okay. No, thank you for.
Suggest that we take a 5-minute break, as I had promised that we would do, because I think this is going to go on for quite some time. So do I need a motion to have the 5-minute break? I think I do, yeah. So is
Motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, Commissioner Hensley, a motion, and a second from
Commissioner Godek.
Commissioner Godek. Anyone opposed to taking a 5-minute break?
No.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we will resume at 22:35. Okay, so get out there, get your water, do what you need to do. helpful for everyone. I think we needed that because we need to be fresh because these are big item and we need our maximum brain power on for this. So I'd like to welcome everybody back. And so we left with Commissioner Ung and Veronica's reply to that. Did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I have a few other questions.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just thought that.
That's okay. No, I understand.
A half hour late on my promise to give a break. I thought I gotta get in there.
No problem. As long as I get,
Absolutely.
get through my list of questions. Because I'm kind of curious because a lot of the things that are being proposed is contingent on a ballot, measure DD to make it work. And I guess my question is, where we, the reason why we're trying to get get this through so quickly is so we can get on an 8-year cycle versus a 4-year cycle. And I was kind of curious is if whatever's proposed, with this adopted housing element doesn't get approved by the voters, do we have to do another housing element?
We would have to come back, have the conversation with City Council on what how they expect to meet their RENA obligation. So, and HCD recognizes that that's, a requirement in our city. So I think that any review of our housing element, it's not going to be a fully certified, it's going to always have that condition until the land use is implemented in place. But we're always going to be in that predicament, probably from here on, now that we're at a RENA number that's so high that we couldn't just meet it through the zoning that's existing.
Right, because I guess, I think when we've had measures, they were very, very concentrated on a particular thing. I'm thinking of Kensington. I think we had to have one. That was pretty pretty vanilla in terms of what people were voting for. I kind of see this one as we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to do that. Yes or no? And
it's the City Council recognized it wasn't just that's why they wanted to have the number of meetings and the level of conversation that they did to put something forward that land use wise that they're comfortable recommending and putting out there. But there's going to be a lot of education that has to go into presenting that land use plan to the public.
Okay, yeah, because my concern is if the voters are given this, this list of requests, and you only get yes or no, you don't get line item veto, privileges. All it takes is for enough on the list for people to really not have an appetite for it to get a lot of no's. And I was curious, just thoughts on how we're going to not only educate them, but understand it's easy to say no. I don't like it. No. We do that with our kids all the time, right? But there are consequences. But I also am curious. Do we have a plan B? Because the other thing is, well, if you don't, here are other options, because all we're doing is giving eventually we would only be giving the citizens, here's the scenarios, you must pick it, as opposed to saying, well, you know what, if if you say no and we don't make it, there are other things that are, that will have to go down the laundry list. Is that being communicated? Because I know we had a lot of public comments, and when the Planning Commission gave their list of recommendations, it was to provide a variety of options that reflected different desires from the public. And, the city council needs to pick which ones they feel are the best choices. But, at what point do you start saying, well, the public doesn't seem to like our list? How do you work it down? Because it seems like, it might be a hard one, to get a yes decision on. And I don't want to put us in a position where, we're going to cycle 7 and we never reconciled cycle 6.
I think that's a really good point that you bring up. And, something that I'm thinking is, just hypothetically, if the commission decides not to adopt this because it's just plain old faulty to begin with, then we recommend to the city to litigate the state because, we're being forced into something which is faulty to begin with. And I think hearing from the residents, that is really bringing it even more to light. There's lots of properties in Idaho that are selling very cheaply with lots of water and everything. And here we're being forced into changing the complete nature of our city.
I understand the concern. I mean, from the GPAC to the community to the Planning Commission to the City Council, we all recognize that this is not a decision anybody wanted to make. So, it's a lot. It's a lot of housing. But we're not the only ones in this boat. All the communities are, or most of them. One thing to bear in mind, it's easy to say, well, let's fight it. Well, we are. And I think we talked about that at the community meeting and certainly at the Planning Commission of some of the different steps that we have taken to try and challenge it. And yet we have SB 9 and SB 10 that were just signed by the governor today. So we recognize, and we're trying to do what we can to, we're actually joining with another effort to, and other potential challenges. However, as a planner, I have to recommend that we comply with the law. I cannot recommend something against the law. And we have to, our obligation as a municipality is to comply with the requirements of the housing element. That includes, it includes demonstrating how you have the capacity to meet your arena obligations based on what HCD has provided in their guidelines. And this is the plan that the city council, like I said, deliberated in 5 different meetings to really come to and made adjustments as they heard additional comments. Again, I don't know that anybody wanted to add, housing capacity into the into the land use plan. However, we needed to address it in the housing element, and that's where we're at today.
Right. So, our responses to the HCD comments were a lot, at least to, what was written down was, we plan to do things. And I wasn't sure, I know things like the vote, we gave a timeline, but a lot of them were more kind of open-ended. We plan to do certain things. I wasn't sure, were you addressing it to us? The Planning Commission said, hey, we're going to do it, so recommend to adopt it. Or are these things that we're actually going to, when we adopt the housing element and submit it to HCD prior, to October 15th, that we're going to have those issues addressed. It was hard for me to understand. Are we going to have them addressed by October, 15th? Because there were a lot of things in our package that said, hey, we're going to give it to you by September 16th. And then, the response was, we'll have it for the city council on October 5th. I'm just trying to figure out, are these things too hard to do in the amount of time we have to get it to October 15th? And if we don't make it, is it so bad to do it on a 4-year cycle?
Brandy, you want me to comment on that?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Veronica.
Okay. The housing element is a plan of action for 8 years. It's not something that everything that you're going to do is going to get done right now. So what we did say in the revisions is that we will include it as a commitment to do it within a certain time frame. So if you go through the programs, there are certain programs that have specifically say that we'll do it within 1 year, we'll do it within 2 years, we'll do it by 2025, or we'll do it by a certain date. Those are the dates, that commitments that we're putting in. So when we say that we will do something, that means that we're putting in the housing element as a commitment. And if there is a time requirement, that the program would actually specify the time requirement.
Okay, yeah, for example, for North Tech, I think one of the comments, I think, was something to the extent, I'm not going to say it verbatim, what kind of objective evidence do you have that it's even something that's, that the property owners want to do? So I'm just trying to figure it out. And I think we said, oh yeah, we're going to go talk with them.
Well,
so I just wanted to make sure, because I can talk with them and I can check a box, but if I talk to them, they say, go away. I want to, I just want to run my grocery store or my plumbing business. I don't need the headache of building housing on top of my parking lot. Where does that get us? Do we get a free ride for 8 years until we say, well, that, we kick that can down the road. Let's go find something else.
Well, that's the good thing about the 8 years, is that by 8 years, it's going to be so hot and there'll be so little water that everything, most people will have moved out of here and there'll be plenty of housing.
And the other thing is all of our elected officials will have been turned out. So it'll be someone else's headache.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I shouldn't.
There were some of the comments, going to the presentation that was given. So they had comments. We listed, here's the comment, here's how we're addressing it. Some of it is we are making those changes. That's where some of the Veronica's already made some of the changes that you saw in the blue folder item. We expect that we will either, if it's something that here's our time frame for completing the program, we'll have that in there. But if it's something where it's addressing the comment, giving more of the information, we've either put that in that blue folder or we're going to continue to do that and have that by the city council meeting. So what we're looking at is, that this is a recommendation to city council to approve it, including the responses to the HCD comments.
Okay, yeah, because, in my mind, whenever someone says, hey, Wayne, I want you to make a recommendation for someone to adopt it, I don't go to my boss and give them a half-baked project and tell them, hey, go ahead and send it up the corporate ladder. I just feel funny unless it's understood that what's being asked for is something that can be half-baked.
Well, what's the HCD's comments, we will have them addressed in the draft that the council will see on October 5th. we just got that 2 weeks ago. And it's all because of the shortened time frame. I mean, we just got our RENA number, a year ago. The appeals process was still going on in January. That didn't get finalized till March. So it's really been this really tight turnaround to move forward with it. And we're not the only ones in this boat. I was talking with other directors today who are just starting their community meetings to discuss that because they have the 8-year cycle and they have the 90-day grace period that we don't have. So, so really it's knowing that HCD, they have their 60 days, we have their letter, we need to incorporate that in order to adopt, we need to incorporate it in what's being adopted. You've seen the letter, you've seen how we're proposing to address those comments. That is what will be in there. And I appreciate Commissioner Gaddis's point, and that's why we tried to get as many of those changes already in text so that we could get that feedback today. And City Council will have that opportunity to see how, how the HCD comments are addressed completely.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not faulting anyone. I'm just trying to make sure that what we send forward meets the expectations and the standards of quality that we expect to provide to the citizens of Redondo Beach.
Yes, and I think that that's the City Council, they expected this. They understood the tight timeline. They understood when, that it was going to be a 60-day turnaround before we got the HCD's comments, and it was almost actually maybe even a week earlier. We were expecting them to get them last week. So to get them a week earlier was beneficial for us. So City Council is aware of that. That's been mentioned along the way in those public meetings of, what this timeline is and the, Planning Commission, it'd be great if we could push it off to October, but at that point we're going to be on that 4-year. And to speak to your question about the 4-year cycle, we would be having this conversation ongoing for the next 4 years just to get to that point. So I think that to get to that 8-year cycle, that's what we're planning for anyway. Let's plan for that.
Okay, but it does sound like we would have to make modifications along the way if some of the assumptions that we're making don't come to fruition, that we'll still have to come back.
Right. And HCD monitors, they're watching all the different municipalities. I think at one point we did a moratorium on certain housing. So that triggered for them, like, nope, you're not certified. So they're watching municipalities and seeing the choices they're making on housing or not. For example, if the council changed their mind and said, we're not going to move forward with the inclusionary housing, that's a change to that's one of our programs, right? Is to move that forward. So that would be something that we'd really, they'd probably say, well, you never did adopt this. Maybe you need to revisit that. And we do have the annual reporting on our housing element and on our general plan. So They look for that. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I was just trying to figure out what, if we're going to have to make changes along the way, what the advantage of having an 8-year cycle versus a 4-year cycle, if you're making adjustments every year.
An adjustment to say how you changed like a program is very, very different than having to figure out how you're meeting your RENA every 4 years.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the distinction between, the 4 versus the 8. Okay. That does it for me for right now. Thank you.
I'll repeat. In 8 years, there won't be enough water and it'll be so hot, we'll all have moved out. Commissioner Gaddis.
Thank you. On page 62 of the housing element, it refers to liquefaction hazards. That would be 207 of the original J3 packet, I guess. it refers to liquefaction hazards, but it doesn't say what constraints that puts on development or where those constraints might be. I guess I want to ask the question: are there constraints, and should they be laid out in this document if there are constraints that we know of? It's mentioned here, so it must be here for a reason, right?
Well, the housing element is required to look at some of the environmental factors as indicated in the probably in the NEC that there's not really a particular concern about that. No, I don't believe that is necessarily concern. Housing, your city is already developed. We're not putting it in brand new land or property. So it essentially is still the whatever is developed. So it's not necessarily constraining to development. We're not putting it in land that it's not currently developed. So
yeah, I think that
we could build an island off of Redondo with a bunch of, used trash like New York did. I mean, God forbid, but hey, we can make land. I think Chinese are building a whole island for airport, God knows what, military base.
Right.
We could increase our land. So I just want to stand corrected there.
So under the environmental constraints, like what you have listed there, the different geologic and seismic hazards, lists the faults, the liquefaction hazards. These are really listed in our local hazard mitigation plan. So it's just pointing out that, there might be some additional construction that might have to have, like construction methodologies, for example, in the seismic, they're different. So it's not that housing can't happen, but if there's an area there, and there are, some areas that have the liquefaction, if, building in those areas, there just may be construction issues that might need to be addressed.
Okay. My next question is just to clarify our role here as the Planning Commission at this juncture, given the deadlines that we're facing. So this some document, in order for us to hit our deadline of October 15th, some document has to be forwarded to the City Council. This is the draft document. Obviously, there are going to be more comments back from HCD. So it's a living document that we're approving here. And as a matter of fact, we had things come in on Blue Folder that were more modifications to what we were originally given. So it's a living document. The objective is to move it on so council can work on it early in October and we can meet that October 15th deadline. So really, do I understand correctly that what we're doing here is really shaping language as best we can if there are things that stand out, but there's really no policy thing that we're doing here. It's really just, do you see things in this document that we should put in or take out or something like that? I mean, in terms of shaping it for its acceptability to the HCD and the City Council, and that we need to, as a separate item, we need to approve the negative declaration and push that on to Council as well. Am I correct in that is what we're being asked to do today?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the negative declaration and to adopt this resolution, forward it to City Council with the proviso that we do three things. First, that we put in Sheila Lamb's presentation of the H22 schedule with a bar chart comparing us to SCAG on the breakdown, the detail of the single family residences, et cetera, as that the information presented on that H22 table, which is single family attached 2 to 4 units, 5+ units, mobile homes, bar charts comparing us to SCAG, to our neighboring cities, so that it shows HCD that this is just a regional thing. We are a part of a region, and it has evolved over years because it's, you know, it's beach, and you end up with, you know, and we're approximately the same age as most of the things. You know, we came up during World War II and the aircraft manufacturing, et cetera, right? So we're not an anomaly of anything. Secondly, that we remove that language on page 35 that starts with Redondo residents, that 2 sentences there that is just not true anyway, and it's not going to help us. So that's on page 35, and it's page 180 of the package, the original package we were sent, but it's page 35 of the housing element, and we take the whole half of the page of D3, that is of the blue folder package, the 22 pages of revised draft housing element pages, page 15 of that 22 page package. We basically eliminate everything at the bottom half of that page, starting with in Redondo Beach changes to land use, et cetera, et cetera. And then all the language on the next page. The next page should just be deleted because it just finishes that point. And that is my motion.
Can I make the suggestion to add the finding that Sean had presented?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley had his hand up, so I know we're in the middle of a motion. Is there something you wanted to add, Commissioner Hensley, or?
Yeah, 2 things. I had a couple questions. I didn't get a chance to answer my questions yet, but also I think we haven't closed the public hearing yet. Is that right?
No, we have not.
Yes, I don't think we can we have to wait to close the public hearing and then make a motion. Is that right?
And we also need to make the motion to receive and file into the record the documents.
Yeah, so let's hear from Commissioner Hensley first, and then do those things.
Okay. Yeah, I have a few questions, and I'll just listening to the other commissioners' comments. Are we commenting tonight on the site selection the council made, or on the documents and the words of the policy part of it, or both, or what are we?
You can comment on the site selection, but the site selection is what drove the draft that you have before you. So
Okay.
The city council has already taken into consideration the planning commission's recommendations on sites.
Okay, so then we're just working on the words of the policy that supports the site selection. Is that right?
Right. It's more like what's in the housing element, like the programs. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's understood. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second it.
Wait, who first did it?
Second.
Oh, who was the first to close?
That was me. Close the public hearing.
Okay, it was just so fast. Okay, Commissioner Gaddis with a second by Boswell. All in favor, Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, public hearing is closed. So now we need a motion to accept the documents to receive and file.
Motion to accept the documents, receive and file.
By Commissioner Gaddis, and a second from
Second.
Commissioner Berg. Anyone opposed? Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ong,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So that's received and filed. And so now we can go back to the motion, I believe. So I don't know if you have to repeat the whole darn thing. I think technically.
Do you want me to repeat what I heard to see if that's
Yeah.
So what I heard for a motion from Commissioner Gaddis was to accept the negative declaration document and to adopt the resolution of recommendation of the council with 4 changes. One would be to add the H22 information presented by Sheila Lamb regarding the bar charts comparing Redondo Beach to neighboring cities to show the regional aspect. 2, remove measure DD from language from page 35, those 2 sentences. 3 would be removing measure all the added language on page D3 of the blue folder item. And then the 4th would be adding the finding that was presented by staff.
Yeah, just a little correction to that. Not a correction, but a little more specific. It's the language on page 35. It doesn't measure DD, but it just starts. There are 2 sentences. It starts with the words Redondo Beach residents. The complete 2 sentences. Redondo Beach residents, however, have become increasingly concerned over the impacts of new housing on neighborhood character, public services, et cetera, et cetera. That whole rest of that paragraph just eliminated. It's just 2 sentences on page 35.
Great, thank you.
I'll second that.
Well, wait, before you second that, do we want to add anything about what that Holly Osborne had brought about the heat issue and the water issues that that Gregory had brought up? Because these, I think, also impact.
If you want to add a friendly, something, a friendly addition to it, but I don't know enough about that to make that part of my motion, frankly.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to get clarification on the motion because I thought I heard that we're making a motion to adopt, but we're actually making a motion to recommend that the city council adopt.
It was a recommendation to adopt the resolution. Recommending.
The resolution to recommend that they adopt.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
When Robin said adopt earlier, I was listening, and that's what he said was adopt the resolution. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a second on that, correct, with Commissioner Boswell?
Yes, I second it.
Okay, any discussion?
I was wondering if, as an amendment, and I'm gonna ask, I'm trying to find where the whereas and where all that stuff is, but to state that we have to adopt the housing element by October 15th is one of the whereases. I mean, it's one of those things in which, if it wasn't for that, I might have a different opinion. Yeah, that the city needs to adopt its housing element, by October 15th, 2021 in order to move to the 8-year housing cycle.
Is it in there or you want to add that?
If it's not in there, I would like it added. That was my amendment. Because that's kind of an important, at least, in terms of why we're doing it the way we're doing it, is driving the resolution.
And Commissioner Gaddis, you're okay with that friendly amendment?
Let me ask staff, is there any reason we shouldn't do that? Are we doing something, some unintended consequence?
No, we have it in writing from HCD.
Okay,
We have
okay,
it.
I have no objection to it being in there then.
Yeah.
Okay, and Commissioner Boswell, who seconded, you're okay with that as well?
It'd just be adding a whereas the sixth cycle 2021, 2029 housing element is due to what do you have in your presentation, Sean? You've got something.
Yeah. Let me, yeah.
It's late.
How about whereas to enable us to adopt a housing element by October 15th.
Deadline.
Yeah, or just October 15th, 2021. We don't even have to say there's a deadline. We just said in order for us to adopt it by October 15th, 2021. And that would be a whereas, right?
Yeah, well, it is to do it by that, to move to the 8-year housing cycle. That's really what's driving the recommendation. Because I tell you, if we didn't have to do it till January, I might have a different vote.
No, we just got that confirmation from HCD this week.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that that's an important whereas. That is what's driving it is in order to move to the 8-year housing cycle.
Yep.
Whereas if the city
I just have whereas in order to adopt the sixth cycle 2021, 2029 housing element by the October 15th, 2021 HCD deadline.
That good enough, Wayne?
It's their deadline.
For an 8-year cycle. So if we did it on October 16th.
Right. October 15th, 2021 is their deadline.
Okay.
Those who are on an 8-year cycle have a 90-day grace period after that. Those of us on a 4-year cycle.
Okay. So we have no choice.
Like that 90-day period doesn't do anything more than we're not going to get penalized for not submitting it on the 15th. We're just not going to go to the 8-year.
Okay. So we have no choice, but it just happens because we were a good city 4 years ago. We go on the nice list.
If we didn't do it 4 years ago, why?
Okay. I'm fine with the statement as was drafted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion with some amendments, seconded by Commissioner Boswell. Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll put it to a vote. Those in favor, Commissioner Berg?
You had to start with me. Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
No, I'm not in favor of the housing element as drafted. But the city council, so.
And Commissioner Ung?
No.
And myself is a no as well. And I feel that this whole thing is extremely flawed. And, for the record of the minutes, I want to be sure that it's on record that I think that this is detrimental to our city, that we lose our freedom. And there are severe issues, such as the water issue. First of all, as was presented to us very nicely by Mr. McGinnity, and issues of heat and other comments that were submitted by the public, all are driving really against this. And I believe, and on record, that we need to litigate, we need to align ourselves with other cities, perhaps, the city of Cambria and other cities who are fighting this. So that is my vote on that. So majority passes, which I knew it would, but anyway, we have spoken, and I think it's important for City Council to be aware of the positions of the 3 no's. Okay. So I guess that concludes this item. Well, I expected it would be by 2:00 in the morning, but I'm glad that it met some solid resistance. Yes. Okay, so item J4 has been tabled to next month. And then items continued from previous agendas. I do not believe we have any. Items for discussion prior to action. I don't believe we have any either. Items from staff.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the commission know that we have already started our conversations with our consultant for the residential design guidelines update. And we're going to be working towards our first community meetings, and it'll be like a community meeting and then maybe some smaller workshops in November. And what that first meeting is going to be is explaining kind of what's in the guidelines now, what things have been issues, and what are the concerns with it being, because right now it's very subjective and it's required to be objective. So it's going to be really like the educational component, and then we'll be having 2 other rounds of community meetings. But I just wanted to let you know so that we can start having you think about, like, looking at those. What are your concerns? What are the things that you want to provide feedback to the consultants on?
That's great. Thank you so much.
I have actually, Chair, I have one item I'd like to bring up. I'd like to wish Brandy Forbes, our Community Development Director, a happy birthday.
Oh my goodness, happy birthday.
You got it in under the wire, Sean.
I know.
We've gone to 1 o'clock.
Only, what, 42 minutes left.
Thank you all.
That's great. Happy birthday. Fabulous. Okay, then commission items and referral to staff. Commissioner Berg, this is a good time now to talk about the festival. Or was it you? Was it who was that mentioned it earlier?
Oh, it was me. It was me. Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the first responders, the police, and the fire department and the city. It was a really fantastic festival. It's such a great addition to the city. Everybody was in a joyous mood. It was nice to have a little bit of normalcy come back a little bit. It was great. So I just wanted to thank everybody.
All right, very good. Commissioner Boswell?
I don't really have any comments as far as beach life because I didn't go, but I'm a little put off by this rush job that we had to do tonight on this housing element. Mm-hmm. We have this deadline coming up, so what really were our options? I mean, it's nice that Mr. Gaddis whittled it down and took out some ridiculous phrases, but this thing is just forced on us, despite the horrible aspects of almost 3,000 more housing units being jammed into a city that was fully built out decades ago, and considering Mr. McGinty's great presentation on the gorilla in the room. We have no water for these people. Are they bringing their own water, or are we just not flushing the toilet anymore? It's crazy that we are in this situation, and I don't know what the city council is going to be able to do, no matter how they chew this up and regurgitate it and put it back. We are required to do this by RENA, as I understand it. Is that correct? I mean, there really is no way out of this, is there? We can kick and scream and holler and say it's not fair and it's going to destroy our city, and all that's true, but so what, right?
It's some form of like communism.
Am I really getting this? Am I getting this? Am I accurate in my assessment? That the city is being screwed?
Yeah, it's a form of.
I wouldn't use that language, but I would say that
I would.
that the city, we've had this conversation at the city council, that there are, and now the state HCD has repercussion, they actually have teeth. And I don't want to get into like discussion on that, just because, that agenda item's closed and, it's, this is more for referrals, but understood. It is something that is a requirement from the state. And if we don't do it, it's not just we don't have a certified housing element. They can sue the municipalities now.
It's the sad state of things.
Commissioner Gaddis, referrals to staff?
Well, I went to all 3 days of the Beach Life Festival, and I thought it was incredibly wonderful, and it felt so good after years of lockdown and not being able to go out and have fun and be with friends and have live music and such. So I really appreciate everything that city staff did on that, and of course our first responders and the council and stuff. So it was an amazing job and, world-class stuff, but no other referrals to staff. Just a big congratulations for Beach Life Festival. It was awesome. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Godek?
Beach life was awesome, all 3 days. Yep, and had a great time. And yeah, the city should be really proud. Great event.
Great. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, I had 2 things. The first one was actually kind of related to J4, the public hearing that we continued. So I'm not going to talk about that item particularly, but I wanted to have a little bit broader discussion about the accessory structure, and I'm also interested in potentially doing like a subcommittee of the commission to study that more broadly than what was presented, the options and the 5-foot, kind of the very narrow areas. So maybe a question for staff. If I want to make a motion to agendize, like creating a subcommittee to study that, or can we do that as a part of next month, or should we do that kind of separately, or what's the best way to tackle that, or at least discuss it, I should say, and see if there's any interest on the commission when we talk about J4 and accessory structures in the future?
Would that be, I know that there was the item for discussing that the accessory structures in more detail. As far as a subcommittee, do they do that when there's an agenda item, Lena, and then they establish a subcommittee on it, or could they do that now? I don't know how they.
I think we have to agendize it,
okay,
and then select, and then. But I guess my question is, can I do that and then we have public hearing, either on a separate item or combined with the public hearing for accessory structures?
You could recommend to agendize creating a subcommittee, and if somebody else seconds your motion and you guys make that a referral to staff, then we can do that.
Okay.
And that's a great idea.
Okay, and again, we're just discussing it next month. We'll see where it goes, and I don't know where the other commissioners are, but I'll make a motion then to make a referral to staff to agendize the session to create a subcommittee to look at the accessory structure at the same time that we consider the public hearing on accessory structures.
That's great. Can I have a second on that?
A second.
Okay, Commissioner Godek. Those in favor, Commissioner Berg?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Ong?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
And Chair Tupper, I'm sorry, one more. It's not a referral, but maybe just a question.
No, absolutely.
I saw this month PCHD had passed or approved their EIR, and I was just wondering if PCHD had submitted an application to the city yet for their Healthy Living Campus project.
No, they haven't. As a matter of fact, then they still have to make a decision on the project. So
yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah, so they would have to make a decision on what their final project that they want to apply for will be. I believe at that hearing they mentioned. At the end of it, the director had mentioned that they are going to have a community meeting, maybe workshop on the project itself, and they'll be continuing discussions as a board.
Okay. Yeah, I understood they didn't approve the project or
Yes.
haven't.
So,
decided
yeah,
what
so
to
they
do,
have
but-
to approve that before they
Okay.
can submit something.
Okay. So, okay. So that's good. Just a question, no referral. Thank you very much.
They have some time constraints too, because I think Lena and I were talking about that when I came in to sign the documents. Because there's what, a 3-year time period from when they started, or was that the Galleria? Maybe I'm confusing.
That was the Galleria, and
Galleria.
they have submitted an application for
They did.
a map extension.
Okay, all right, yeah, because they were closing in on the 3 years. Okay, all right, then recommendation of staff from me. I'd like to see if we can review the city's code for bike rack requirements and the like. We could bring that to the commission sometime Wednesday.
So agendize a discussion on bike racks.
Yeah, of how the city goes about it, and you know what suggestions we can do to kind of encourage more cyclist mobility within the city, because parking is a problem. I mean, I've been, going many places on my bike, and it's always finding that lone sign where I can chain it to a. There's really not a lot of bike racks in the city, and I'm sure we could get some monies from the state or from the government to implement those. So it would be a good thing to have.
Is there a second for that, to agendize that?
Second.
Can I ask, are we talking about public bike racks or bike racks as they pertain to businesses?
I'm talking more like, public, that the city provides. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we had a second with Commissioner Gaddis on that.
Correct.
So if everyone's okay with it, if there's nobody opposed, Commissioner Berg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes, definitely.
Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay. Then the other item I want to see, is it possible to find out what cities are trying in the state of California that are fighting the arena? Is there like a coalition forming that
I'll see what information maybe our city attorney might have, but I don't know if,
I think it'd be good to get that dialogue going.
yeah, I can see what information we may have, and I can provide that back at the next meeting. I don't think you need to do that as a referral. We'll look.
Yeah, or maybe even the attorney, the city attorney wants to come and speak to our commission to that effect. Because we're really being squeezed into a tight spot here. And
I'm not sure if they will, only because they advise the city council on potential litigation in consideration of that. Whereas this, that's going to be closed session items at city council that I don't know that they can discuss that with the.
I know I've heard him in the past on other commissions come in and, give a few words. I wasn't sure on that. Okay, all right. And, and then this whole idea, we talked about the yoga studio and the public health and the fact that it's at the LA County level and they have very few officers. How would we go about as the, to get a public health officer for the South Bay cities? Obviously, I don't think the city can afford to have a public health officer, but I think it really links very closely with planning. And Commissioner Boswell brought some very good points as to, just especially now in this time of COVID, to make sure that people are, in a closed space without windows, doing breathing exercises. And there's plenty of videos that show that the masks are, you just leak, the stuff leaks out of the masks. So,
don't we have a Beach Cities Health District that's supposed to be doing that?
Well, they're not really.
Yeah, they're for a health officer, it's, I think that the city council has had that conversation throughout this and chosen not to pursue that. And I do think that they've had the discussion, but it's not something that would be under community development specifically. It would be probably under community services or maybe even its own department. And I think that they have had the discussion of, could they do it jointly with other municipalities, but those other municipalities would have to demonstrate that interest. And there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just, well, we hired somebody who's a health officer. There's a lot of training and decisions and what is the scope of what they would do. So I know that conversation has been had at the council meeting. It has not been neglected or missed.
Okay, because it is a code enforcement issue. It's
code enforcement's no longer under community development. It's under the police department. That being said, it's not just, the health officer or the health official would have different permitting that they do, the different licensing that they would require. It all depends on what your scope of your health officer would be.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And so I think, does anyone else have anything else to add? We're ready for a motion for adjournment. And I want to thank everybody for all the great comments. I think we're all learning together many things, and it's really an honor to be here and protect our city and make it grow into what really we all want it to be. So motion for adjournment from Commissioner.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Addis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so ordered. Everyone be well, be safe.
Happy birthday, Brandy.
Happy
birthday, Brandy.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Bye.
Bye.